yeah, we could still, when things turn to normal, we could still wind up streaming like this.
I'm not sure what you mean.
Oh, I mean, you know, it's the first time we've ever done it this way. And I'm saying, you know, things, I'm sure they will eventually, where, you know, people can gather safely in large numbers.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Well, in that case, let me launch the slideshow. Yeah, ready?
Hello, can anyone hear me?
Yep.
Barely.
I hear somebody. Yes.
Go ahead.
How about now? Is that better?
Yeah, much better.
Okay, thank you. Just checking my levels here. Appreciate it.
History of our nation. Five score years ago, a great American in whose symbolic shadow we stand today, under the Emancipation Proclamation. This momentous decree came as a great beacon light of hope to millions of Negro slaves who had been seared in the flames of withering injustice. It came as a joyous daybreak to end the long night of their captivity. But 100 years later, the Negro still is not free. 100 years later, the life of the Negro is still sadly crippled by the manacles of segregation and the chains of discrimination. 100 years later, the Negro lives on a lonely island of poverty in the midst of a vast ocean of material prosperity. 100 years later, the Negro is still languished in the corners of American society and finds himself in exile in his own land. And so we've come here today to dramatize a shameful condition. In a sense, we've come to our nation's capital to cash a check. When the architects of our republic wrote the magnificent words of the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence, they were signing a promissory note to which every American was to fall heir. This note was a promise that all men, yes, black men as well as white men, would be guaranteed the unalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It is obvious today that America has defaulted on this promissory note insofar as her citizens of color are concerned. Instead of honoring this sacred obligation, America has given the Negro people a bad check, a check which has come back marked insufficient funds. But we refuse to believe that the Bank of Justice is bankrupt. We refuse to believe that there are insufficient funds in the great vaults of opportunity of this nation. And so we've come to cash this check, a check that will give us upon demand the riches of freedom and the security of justice. We have also come to this hallowed spot to remind America of the fierce urgency of now. This is no time to engage in the luxury of cooling off or to take the tranquilizing drug of gradualism. Now is the time to make real the promises of democracy. Now is the time to rise from the dark and desolate valley of segregation to the sunlit path of racial justice. Now is the time to lift our nation from the quicksands of racial injustice to the solid rock of brotherhood. Now is the time to make justice a reality for all of God's children. It would be fatal for the nation to overlook the urgency of the moment. This sweltering summit of the Negro's legitimate discontent will not pass until there is an invigorating autumn of freedom and equality. 1963 is not an end, but a beginning. Those who hope that the Negro needed to blow off steam and will now be content will have a rude awakening if the nation returns to business as usual. There will be neither rest nor tranquility in America until the Negro has granted his citizenship rights. The whirlwinds of revolt will continue to shake the foundations of our nation until the bright day of justice emerges. But that is something that I must say to my people who stand on the warm threshold which leads into the palace of justice. In the process of gaining our rightful place, we must not be guilty of wrongful deeds. Let us not seek to satisfy our thirst for freedom by drinking from the cup of bitterness and hatred. We must fail to conduct our struggle on the high plane of dignity and discipline. We must not allow our creative protest to degenerate into physical violence. Again and again, we must rise to the majestic heights of meeting physical force with soul force. The marvelous new militancy which has engulfed the Negro community must not lead us to a distrust of all white people. For many of our white brothers, as evidenced by their presence here today, have come to realize that their destiny is They have come to realize that their freedom is inextricably bound to our freedom. We cannot walk alone. As we walk, we must make the pledge that we shall always march ahead. We cannot turn back. There are those who are asking the devotees of civil rights, when will you be satisfied? We can never be satisfied as long as the Negro is the victim of the unspeakable horrors of police brutality. We can never be satisfied as long as our steeds of travel, cannot gain lodging in the motels of the highways and the hotels of the city. We cannot be satisfied as long as a Negro in Mississippi cannot vote, and a Negro in New York believes he has nothing for which to vote. No, we are not satisfied, and we will not be satisfied until justice rolls down like waters and righteousness like a mighty stream. I am not unmindful that some of you have come here out of great trials and tribulations. Some of you have come fresh from narrow jail cells. Some of you have come from areas where your quest for freedom left you battered by the storms of persecution and staggered by the winds of police brutality. You have been the veterans of creative suffering. Continue to work with the faith that unearned suffering is redemptive. Go back to Mississippi. Go back to Alabama. Go back to South Carolina. Go back to Georgia. Go back to Louisiana. Go back to the slums and ghettos of our northern cities, knowing that somehow this situation can and will be changed. Let us not wallow in the valley of despair. I say to you today, my friends, so even though we face the difficulties of today and tomorrow, I still have a dream. It is a dream deeply rooted in the American dream. I have a dream that one day this nation will rise up and live out the true meaning of its creed. To be self-evident that all men are created equal. I have a dream that one day on the red hills of Georgia, the sons of former slaves and the sons of former slave owners will be able to sit down together at the table of brotherhood. I have a dream that one day, even the state of Mississippi, a state sweltering with the heat of injustice, sweltering with the heat of oppression, will be transformed into an oasis of freedom and justice. I have a dream that my 4 little children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. I have a dream today. I have a dream that one day, down in Alabama, with its vicious racists, with its governor having his lips dripping with the words of interposition and nullification, one day right there in Alabama, little black boys and black girls will be able to join hands with little white boys and white girls as sisters and brothers. I have a dream today. I have a dream that one day every valley shall be exalted, and every hill and mountain shall be made low. The rough places will be made plain, and the crooked places will be made straight. And the glory of the Lord shall be revealed, and all flesh shall see it together. This is our hope, This is a faith that I go back to the South with. With this faith, we will be able to hew out of the mountain of despair a stone of hope. With this faith, we will be able to transform the jangling discords of our nation into a beautiful symphony of brotherhood. With this faith, we will be able to work together, to pray together, to struggle together, to go to jail together, to stand up for freedom together, knowing that we will be free one day. This will be the day. This will be the day when all of God's children will be able to sing with new meaning, "My country, tears of thee. Sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing. Land where my fathers died, land of the pilgrim's pride. From every mountainside, let freedom ring. And if America is to be a great nation, this must become true. And so let freedom ring. From the prodigious hilltops of New Hampshire, let freedom ring. From the mighty mountains of New York, let freedom ring. From the heightening Alleghenies of Pennsylvania, let freedom ring. From the snow-capped Rockies of Colorado, let freedom ring. From the curvaceous slopes of California. But not only that, let freedom ring from Stone Mountain of Georgia. Let freedom ring from Lookout Mountain of Tennessee. Let freedom ring from every hill and molehill of Mississippi, from every mountainside. Let freedom ring. And when this happens, when we allow freedom to ring, when we let it ring from every village and every hamlet, from every state and every city, we will be able to speed up that day when all of God's children, black men and white men, Jews and Gentiles, Protestants and Catholics, will be able to join hands and sing in the words of the old Negro spiritual, "Free at last, free at last. Thank God Almighty, we are free at last."
And so there's a phrase we use in this city. Welcome to beloved Detroit. Welcome to beloved Detroit. Because this is what it looks like. This is what it looks like. I love you. I love you with everything.
Welcome. This is Abayomi Azikiwe, and I want to welcome everyone to the 18th annual MLK Day event. This is, of course, different for us this year. We are streaming live, and of course, we are here today to commemorate Dr. King, and of course, to commemorate the ongoing struggle that people are dealing with on a daily basis here in the United States. And of course, we have 4 people who are going to be involved in emceeing the program for today. Myself, Abayomi Ezekwe. I'm with the MLK Day Planning Committee, one of the co-founders with a number of other people of Detroit's MLK Day, going back to 2004. We also have Aurora Harris, who is a Detroit poet and educator. Anthony Ali, who is a youth activist here in the city of Detroit and a part of Detroit Will Breathe. And Sarah Torres, who is an activist here in the city of Detroit and a member of Moratorium Now Coalition. So yes, we want to begin the program right now. And we will, of course, turn it over to Anthony at this time.
Yeah. Oh, first, hi. Thank you, Abayomi, for the introductions. I'm gonna introduce RJ Feist, and
All right.
I'm honored to introduce him. He's gonna do a land acknowledgement. Thank you, RJ.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes.
Bonjour, Ani. Nime Skote, Dishnikaz. Migizi Dodum, Ogichida. And what I said was, hello, my name is RJ, or my name is He Who Dances the Sacred Fire. I am Eagle Clan, and I am a warrior amongst my people. It is an honor to be here. Given that it's MLK Junior Day, I would like to talk a little bit about the medicine wheel and what that means to Anishinaabe people, the people who originally inhabited Wawiatanong or Detroit. In that medicine wheel, there's 4 colors. There's black, yellow, red, and white. And those 4 colors have many meanings, but amongst those meanings and what makes it relevant to today is they represent the 4 tribes of man. And that circle represents Mother Earth. And if you look at the medicine wheel, they're divided into 4 equal parts. And what our teachings tell us is that we are all equal parts of the same earth, and we share the same air, we share the same water, the same food. And so, everyone and acknowledge equality, and especially in these times with the struggle that is happening amongst the people today. So it's an honor to be here. I thank you for allowing me to share the space and just to give that little teaching of what that medicine wheel means to us, and reminds me to acknowledge the legacy that Mr. King left behind. He's not with us anymore, but his legacy and his teachings live on through him, or he lives on through those teachings. So it's an honor to be a part of that, and to celebrate today and to meet all of you. And thank you very much. Miigwech.
Miigwech. Thank you, RJ. And you're up, Anthony.
Good afternoon, everyone. Aurora Harris is an award-winning published activist, educator, board member of Broadside Lotus Press, co-founder of We the People of Detroit, and she teaches at the University of Michigan, Dearborn.
Right, and our first speaker is Abayomi.
My mistake. We had Aurora listed, but forgive that, everybody. Abayomi Ezekwe is a Moratorium Now Coalition organizer, editor of Pan-African Newswire, and a contributor to Fighting Words online journal.
Thank you so much, Anthony. I just have a brief comment, few brief comments. This is the 92nd anniversary of the birth of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. This event comes at a time of great historical conjuncture inside the United States and indeed around the globe. For the last 10 months here in the US, we have been imperiled by the worst public health crisis in more than a century, where nearly 400,000 people have perished due to the COVID-19 pandemic amid the infections of in excess of 20 million people. The public health disaster in the US is a direct result of the failure of the outgoing administration of President Donald J. Trump to adequately address the advent and rapid spread of the virus, seeking instead to downplay the pandemic, while the widespread sickness and death throughout the land has prompted a nearly unprecedented economic downturn. Millions of people are jobless. They are facing imminent foreclosure and eviction, and this is taking place absent of a drastic federal, state, and municipal interventions aimed at guaranteeing housing, food, water, and education for the majority of working and oppressed people in the United States. COVID-19 and its concomitant social ills has not for 1 minute eased the level of institutional racism, economic exploitation, and state repression, which has been the hallmark of US capitalism and imperialism for several centuries. The brutal police and vigilante executions of Ahmaud Arbery in Georgia, Breonna Taylor in Kentucky, George Floyd in Minnesota, our own Hakeem Littleton is from Detroit, among others, exemplifies the character of the ruling class during this period. Fortunately, in line with our traditions of resistance to injustice, millions are rising up to mobilize against the wanton arrests, prosecution, injuring, and killing of African Americans and other communities of color. These demonstrations and rebellions that we've seen since last May, in particular, has alerted the world that the US can in no way claim to be the paragon of democracy and human rights in which it describes itself. In response to this renewed mass uprising among the people, thousands have been arrested and dozens of people have been killed since last summer. The administration has deployed state and federal forces into the cities with the expressed intent to suppress the unrest. Both locally and nationally, the ruling interests have sought to denigrate and demoralize. However, these efforts have failed miserably in the last few months. People have continued to come into the streets to protest, while at the same time they have registered and voted in record numbers, sending a clear message that racism and state repression must end immediately. The Trump administration launched a well-funded propaganda and psychological warfare campaign to convince its supporters that the inevitable electoral defeat on November 3rd could have only occurred as a result of massive fraud. Despite the rejection by the majority along with the court systems at all levels in regard to these endless misrepresentations of the actual situation in the US, the right wing has persisted in promoting these lies to the point of advocating the declaration of martial law, which can only be consolidated through a neo-fascist coup. Now, despite the shocking events of earlier this month, when thousands of Trump supporters stormed Capitol Hill, these developments should not surprise anyone. The administration has signaled the need for extrajudicial and violent actions against not only working class and oppressed peoples, but also against others who would dare stand in their way of such a program of reaction. The ultimate realization of a neo-fascist and racist coup of this character would in fact disenfranchise tens of millions of African Americans and others, voters from oppressed communities. It requires the throwing out of all the advances won through more than a century and a half of protracted struggle related to civil rights and universal suffrage. Even some among the spokespersons for the ruling class throughout its media outlets and other platforms contemplated the apparent complicity of not only the White House and members of Congress in the attempted coup, obviously, which has been the case historically. The overlap between military, intelligence, and law enforcement personnel easily became operational. It has been the policy of successive Democratic and Republican administrations to further militarize the police and to continue to replenish the military-industrial complex, where more than 2.5 million people remain incarcerated and millions of others are subjected to grossly overreaching judicial and law enforcement supervision. So we want to let people know that the ultra-rightists and the militarist forces must be defeated. We know from the history of the US that the racist and reactionary forces are deeply embedded in the security apparatus of the capitalist state. If sections of the ruling class which are in disagreement with the Trump program attempt to purge these reactionary elements from the bureaucracy, it could trigger even more violent unrest. Therefore, we must remain vigilant, sisters and brothers, in going forward. We must, of course, organize, we must mobilize. We cannot accept a institutionally racist and neo-fascist system. Thank you so much for your attention, and I want to turn it back over to the MCs.
Thank you, Abayomi. Next, we have speaking Nakia Wallace. Nakia Wallace is a founder and leader of Detroit Will Breathe.
Sorry, Nakia is having some technical difficulties, so if we can switch Blair and Nakia, that would be great. Thank you.
No problem. Blair Anderson, former member of the Black Panther Party Illinois chapter and a political prisoner for 36 years. Blair is a lifelong activist and mentor to many locally and across the country. He'll be speaking to us today about the intersection of COVID and racism.
Oh, I'm unmuted. Am I unmuted? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
We can hear you, Blair.
Okay. Salute to all of my comrades. And
Oh, Blair, Blair, your video turned off.
Oh, wow.
If you click.
I think
There you go.
Okay. Let me get, okay. COVID-19, with a number of activists in metropolitan Detroit. I'm part of the Picari and Wayne State research team, COVID-19 Community Action Council. This is severe. It is an overriding concern for all of humanity, and especially from us elders and our children and the weak and infirm amongst us. My presentation is very simple. We need a call to solidarity around COVID-19. We need to marshal the streets, academia, the medical community, the spiritual community against COVID-19. We can handle this as we have handled every other crisis. No weapon formed against us will prosper. We can handle this. I have a picture to draw. It is the metropolitan Detroit, the river, and then all of the tributaries, the highways and the byways come to within about a 5-mile area in metropolitan Detroit. That's us. The cure cannot come external to Detroit. It has to come from the center of Detroit. Everything coming in, they bring it in. We should send nothing out. That means we call for solidarity, squashing the beefs. As ambassador for the Vice Lord Nation, I'm authorized to place a national call for solidarity to the streets, calling all of the nations. In the next couple of days, I'll be down in Chicago at the All Nations meeting for all of the street nations, and we're calling for solidarity. We're going to set up our own protocols. That is, we in our community. Now, back to metropolitan Detroit. We got the river. That's about a third of our border. Then all the tributaries, all the highways come in and go back out. We reduce the rate of transmission right there. The metropolis, the suburbs, their walled cities and all of that, they still have to come into Detroit. The cure must come into Detroit, from Detroit. The call for solidarity should be across the board. And it's very simple. We establish the protocols. We make sure that we demythalize, wherever that word is enunciated, the science translated on a micro, community by community, household by household, translate the truth to our people. And our call to solidarity also gives us political power to demand that resources be directed to you. All power to the people. All power to the people, y'all. Hey, all power to the people. Y'all down with that? All power to the people, that we can turn this around and call for solidarity.
Power to the people. All power to the people.
All power to the people.
All power to the people.
Let's save lives now. You are the geniuses of our community. Our community has raised each and every one of you to serve, and we have everything we need to turn this around. And that is what we must demand. How's my time looking, Brian?
You're good, Blair. Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Okay, I'm on another Zoom call with Canada, and I will confirm all of this with everybody.
This is RJ. I want to make contact with you sometime, so get a hold of me. That's all I wanted to say. I'm sorry.
Hey, my number is the same. I think yours may have changed. RJ, please holler, brother.
All right, I will.
Peace, y'all. Hey, organize this. Y'all know that ain't my role. My role is this call. I can bring the streets to us. They have said they will come to solidarity on this issue. The streets, the bike clubs, all of that. And our mothers and fathers, the block clubs. Peace, y'all.
All power to the people.
All power to the people.
Peace, Brother Blair. All power to the people, and thank you for those words. Next, now we have Nakia Wallace. Nakia Wallace is a founder and leader of Detroit Will Breathe.
I want to thank the coalition for
Nakia.
Yes.
Can't hear her.
Yeah, it's hard to hear you. I don't know if you can turn your headphone volume up louder or something.
Messages received from +12487221951. Messages received from +12487221951. Messages received from
Okay, so it looks like Nakia is going to switch device in a few more minutes. So Anthony, do you want to introduce the next, well, it looks like a performance here, and then we'll have Nakia?
Yes. Next, we have Alan and Tariq, the Black Lives Matter Jazz Quartet featuring Alan Denard and Tariq Gardner. With them are guitarist Jacob Schwant and renowned bassist Marlon Hayden.
Marion Hayden. It's good to be here, guys. We are here for the celebration of Martin Luther King, his day. And of course, he always says, I have a dream, but we see today with the brutality and with the ongoing racism that this is not his dream. So we have the opportunity to continue his fight and make his dream come alive. So now we will play for you guys a composition by the great John Coltrane. This song is called Alabama, and this song was made for the 4 young women, the 4 girls that were killed in the Alabama bombing of the 16th Street Baptist Church. And of course, white supremacists did that. So this is Alabama by John Coltrane. Right. Thank you guys, and happy MLK Day. Thank you.
Thank you guys. And my apologies, Marion. Sincerely. Next, I believe we'll be going back to Nakia. I want to check. Is Nakia, everything all good?
Can everybody hear me?
All right. Everyone, Nakia Wallace, a founder and leader of Detroit Will Breathe.
I'm so sorry about that. I'm like, mostly prepared. Thank you so much for that, Adeline. That was beautiful. So again, my name is Nakia Wallace. I am an organizer and a co-founder of Detroit Will Breathe. And I am also a proud Detroit girl. And I always say that because it's really important. So I want to talk about a few things, but first I want to start off by talking about Martin Luther King, because it's Martin Luther King Day. And, at the time that King died, he was like one of the most hated people in this country. So Harris poll in 1968, they did this poll, and 78% of the American public disliked Martin Luther King. And that's really important to put into context, because while we have like this really important holiday, and we have this kind of memory and celebration of Dr. King, sometimes we can romanticize not only Dr. King, but the civil rights movement. And we can participate in the like whitewashing and this revisionist history. And where we are right now is a turning point. And so it's going to be really important for us to be able to who he actually was, but to try to apply those lessons to today. And so, and I'm not a historian. So let me just put that out there. But Dr. King writes his last book in 1967, and it's called Where Do We Go From Here, Chaos or Community? So I'm going to talk for a little bit about what he laid out in this book. So this is after Birmingham, this is after Selma, this is after the Children's Crusade. This is, after the passing of the Civil Rights Act and after the passing of the Voting Rights Act. And he writes this book, Where Do We Go From Here? Chaos or Community. And he kind of lays out what he thinks is the responsibility and the job of the movement from that point that he's writing. And he says, one of the main things that he says is they have to make sure that what they won in that Voting Rights Act and in that Civil Rights Act is enforced. And so when you think about that, and you think about what does it mean for King to be arguing that it's their responsibility to make sure that the Voting Rights Act and the Civil Rights Act is actually enforced. He's talking about the continuation of the movement. Because other than that, how could they have enforced it? That's also important to understand and to recognize, because history will have you believe that like King and Lyndon B. Johnson were like, you know, they were like buddies, they was like homeboys, and that and that like the Voting Rights Act and the Civil Rights Act were symbols and signs that everything had changed, right? And so for King to be writing that not only do we need to make sure that it's enforced, that those things that we won are actually acted upon, he also lays out this platform of fighting against poverty and really looking at the ways in which Black people were confined to live in this country. And so he talks about the lack of jobs. He talks about the housing. He talks about inferior education. So those are kind of like the three main things that he's like, we have to target. And then he takes it a step forward and he talks about the Vietnam War. And this is really important, and I always find this really interesting because I didn't know that this book existed until I was probably 19 or 20, and I think a lot of people didn't know that this book existed, right? And so when we think about Dr. King and we think about his legacy, we often don't think about who he actually was, and we often don't think about, you know, how he actually felt and what he believed the movement needed to do. So that's important for us to understand, because where we are right now is a point in which there is a lot of urging from the Democrats, from the liberals. There's a lot of urging of us to, you know, let Biden's gonna save us, and you know the Democrats have control of everything and it's gonna be better. And so I want to just say, like, plainly, the Democrats aren't gonna save us or give us our freedom. And if they, you know, if they had intentions on doing that, they certainly would have done it before now. And so then it's the question that we have to answer is, where are we gonna go from here? And I think one of the things that's really important to put into context is in 2020, we built and engaged in and kept alive the largest social movement in the history of the United States. And so I'm going to say, and like, you know, fight me, what we were able to build was the closest thing to actually fulfilling Dr. King's legacy since he died. Why am I saying that? Because we built a mass movement. We built a movement that was largely integrated, which was also something that King was really adamant about. And we were able to be persistent and militant and to fight long and hard. So those are when we look at King's actual legacy and what he actually said was needed. So that's why it's really important to understand the weight and the gravity of 2020 and where we sit in history. But again, we're at this turning point. And I'll say, like, personally, I'm exhausted. And I think that a lot of people are exhausted because we have been engaged in a battle. And one, we've directly confronted state power. And so that's important to like realize the gravity of that and what that means to directly confront state power and to live to tell the story. Two, we're just like we've been tear gassed, we've been beaten, we've been arrested, we've sustained major injuries, we have been ridiculed, and we've been attacked personally, we've been threatened, we've been what we've been through as a movement has been serious, but also it's important because we persisted through all of that. And that's what's going to be necessary as we move forward. And so we look at Dr. Martin Luther King. This is a man who was jailed, who was beaten, his family home was bombed and just under this perpetual threat. And eventually he was murdered. So not only is this happening, but contrary to popular belief, the civil rights movement wasn't like everybody in one room, singing songs and clapping. Like what it actually was extreme militance in the face of violence. What it actually was persistence. That's the, persistence at the hands of, they are engaged in a fight in which their opponents are able to utilize endless resources against them. And that's not unlike where we are today. I just think of like these tanks rolling through the streets, batons, they can jail us. And so we still have people who have felony charges, not just here in Detroit, because certainly we do have those people, but throughout this nation. And we also have the emboldening of these fascists, right? And the rise of Trumpism. And so it is actually unconscionable for us to believe that where we are right now is a moment of where we can rest. And that's unfortunate because I'm exhausted and I'm sure that a lot of other people are exhausted, but that's just the truth. We're not at that moment. We're not at a moment where we can sit back and wait for anybody to save us, right? And sorry. So the question that we have to ask ourselves is not if we're going to move forward, but how do we move forward? And I want to say, like, too often we've leaned on people whose lives are not like our own to lead us. But we can never allow the terms of our freedom to be negotiated. We can never allow anyone to speak for us. And more importantly, we can never allow anybody to cut deals. The thing is, everything that we want and that we desire is possible. But to whom much is given, much is also required. So we have to fight for it. We have to fight for every single dignity, every single right, every single piece of our livelihood that we want. And how do we know that? We know that because there has not been a single gain of oppressed people in this country and in any other country around the world. And that's just the truth. So I always say, and people know, like, I'm a Black woman from Detroit, born out of poverty. I always say my greatest strength is that I value life, I love Black people, and I believe in education. This is what keeps me when I'm tired and when I'm exhausted. That's what I hold on to in moments where I feel defeated, or quite frankly, where we might actually be defeated. So I hold on to that, but I also hold on to the fact that we still live in intolerable conditions. Black and brown people in this country are still suffering at the hands of the state. And I just refuse to allow anybody to tell me that the things that we're experiencing are our own fault. And you know, I refuse to allow the terms of my freedom to be dictated by any of these men, by Joe Biden, by you know what I'm saying, by any of these men, or also any of these kind of elite or wealthy, these servants of the ruling class. They can't dictate or negotiate the terms of our freedom. Freedom is a thing that has to be won. And that means we're going to have to win it for ourselves. But what I do know is that I can win my own freedom. What I do know is that the people next to me can win my freedom and can win their freedom. The people who march alongside me, the people who suffer the most in this society, Black and brown people, working class people, undocumented people. But it's gonna take us continuing to build upon this movement that we engaged in and that we built and that we were able to sustain in the year 2020. So the road to victory is gonna be long and exhausting. And we know that, quite frankly, because history told us that. And it's not one that's going to be filled with holding hands and singing. And I've experienced great joy in this movement, like more joy than I've experienced any other time in my life. And I think a lot of people will feel that. But also, it's difficult. And it's going to continue to be difficult. And what it's going to require is us being able to assess where we are and move forward in a strategic way. And that's what I wanted to talk about today. I mean, it wasn't a long, I know people are used to me giving a different kind of speech, and so I'm sorry. But it's really important, because where we are right now is a moment where we have to really come together and be strategic and really look towards, look at how do we win, like, you know, what King is talking about, where are we going to go from here? And so King's struggles and the struggles of the civil rights movement in general is not unlike some of the struggles that we had today. Not only is there state repression and violence, not only is there you know, extreme violent racism, but there's also this dissent amongst activists and people disagreeing about what they should do and where they should go. And that's fine. That's fine. That's absolutely okay, right? The King refused to join the Freedom Riders. But we would not argue today. We would not look back and be like, oh, they should have never done that. But I say that to say and to make it clear, like, one, we have more in common with that moment in history than I think we realize. But two, we have to really learn our lessons from their victories and from their losses. And yeah, that's it. Happy Martin Luther King Day.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nakia. Peace and blessings, everyone. Power to the people and free the land. I'm Aurora Harris, and our next speaker is Pastor Bill, violent community activist, writer, and pastor, retired from St. Peter's Episcopal Church. His most recent book is forthcoming, Celebrants of Flame, Daniel Berrigan in Memory and Reflection by Cascade Press. It'll be out summer of 2021. Let's welcome Pastor Bill Wiley Kellerman.
Thank you, Aurora. Good afternoon. I'm honored to be invited as a poet, but I also come as a pastor. What I bring is a poem that takes the form of a prayer. I wrote it a couple of years ago, but offer it in the moment, which has been named by Nakia and Blair and Abayome. Spirit of the universe, whose moral arc you make to bend toward justice, thank you for birthing our brother Martin right on time into our history, into the journey of transformation for which we yearn, for uttering him in the word and forming him in the womb. We lift him up this day in the communion of ancestors, summoning from all who have ever interceded for and struggled for justice. We give thanks for those who formed him, Mother Alberta and Daddy King, Benjamin and George, Rosa and Mother Pollard, Bayard, Stanley and James, Miles, Septima, Bernice, even Mohandas from afar, a host beyond naming. For being the voice in his heart at the kitchen table in Montgomery, when the death threats began to whelm him under, thank you. The promise of your presence in the stand for truth, the stand for justice, be present to us as well. For his own voice, its cadence and substance unmistakable, may we hear it still. For his speaking, war is not the answer, though never hearing it put to song by Marvin Gaye, only love can conquer hate. All gratitude for his vision of the world revolution and its values, for his naming and confronting the giant triplets, the reigning powers of our culture, racism, militarism, and extreme materialism, this endless war on the poor. For his vocation as a civil rights leader, Nobel laureate, preacher of the gospel of Jesus, and child of the living God, all of which called him, he said, to resist the war. By our own vocations, call us so in our time. For this miracle that honorifics, notoriety, and even hard-fought political successes did not captivate, seduce, or slake his soul, but that his faith and vision became only ever more radical. We remember his visionary organizing toward a poor people's campaign and now intercede for its new incarnations among us. He surely smiles on BLM and Detroit will breathe. On the day of his birth, we remember also his feast day in April, the witness of his martyrdom and discipleship, his crossing over by state assassination. Clothe us in the freedom of the resurrection, in which he walked through the valley and its shadow, up the Jericho road, even to the mountaintop. Teach us your ways in him. May we be like trees planted by the water, forge community as movement and movement as community. Choose nonviolence over non-existence. Heal the soul of the nation. Pray with our feet and present our bodies in action. Wage the Hindu, Muslim, Christian, Jewish, Buddhist love of which he spoke. Build this work across the lines of nation and movement. Practice nonviolence and steadfast resistance. Be strategic, counting the cost. Be faithful, risking it all. Do justice, love kindness, and humbly walk in you. This in the name of the beloved community and the one who births it always. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor Bill Wally Kellerman, for that beautiful prayer by Martin Luther King. Next up is our speaker, Teresa Landrum. Teresa Landrum is a community organizer and activist fighting against environmental injustices. Ms. Landrum is a resident of Southwest Detroit, 48217, an area once deemed the most polluted zip code in Michigan. Let's welcome activist Teresa Landrum. You have to unmute your microphone, Teresa.
It is unmuted. Okay, hold on just one second.
You're fine now. We can hear you.
My apologies for that. Thank you everyone for welcoming me into this space as we celebrate the dream of Martin Luther King and we continue the work that is needed to achieve that dream. I was asked to talk about environmental justice, but I cannot talk about environmental justice without talking about environmental injustice and environmental racism. Let me give you some definitions that have been conceived out of ignorance, but conceived out of actions that have disproportionately impacted people of color and of low income. The definition that is given is environmental justice can be defined as the disproportionate exposure of communities of color and poor to pollution and its connection to impacts on our health and environment, as well as unequal protection and environmental quality provided through the laws and regulations and governmental programs that have been established to hold us down. Environmental racism is a type of discrimination where people of color and low income, majority, minority communities are forced to live in close proximity with environmental hazards or degrading conditions and toxic waste sites and pollution and urban decay. And that means that we have been placed through redlining, through systemic racism by the people that govern our countries, predominantly white people. In the 1930s and 40s, during the Great Migration, African Americans came from the South seeking a better life for at the industries such as Ford, GM, US Steel, Zug Island, for a better life. And when we came here, we were looking for a solution that would release us from the acts of Jim Crow, that will release us from the oppression and the marginalization and the dehumanizations that our parents experienced for hundreds of years. So I want to come from a space where I can only talk about my personal experience living in a community, as mentioned, as the most polluted zip code in the state of Michigan at one time and number 3 in the nation. The community of Southwest Detroit 48217 sits in the shadows of Marathon Oil Refinery. Out of over 33 heavily polluting industries that are located in the Southwest Detroit area, 48217 is home to more than half. We have been exposed to toxic releases and toxic fallouts for many, many decades. And our cries for justice have gone unheard by the regulatory agencies that have been put in place to govern over these industries. In my community, we have a high rate of cancer. We have nasal cancer, bladder cancer, brain cancer, any kind of cancer you can think of, we have, and we experience it. We have seen families in a 1 block radius, not a street, not a neighborhood, but on 1 block, 17 people died of cancer. One family in 1 block, all 8 of the people in that house and in that family died of cancer. I am a cancer survivor. My mother and my father both were cancer patients, and they both expired from complications of cancer. Now we deal with this COVID-19. In the area that I come from, the air is so toxic that the pollution disappears to the eye, but it doesn't dissipate. There are studies from the University of Michigan by Dr. Paul Mohai and Dr. Stuart Bannerman that shows that there is a veil of pollution that never leaves. And that pollution circle is getting wider and wider. So it's not just impacting me. The pollution that impacts me impacts you. And what impacts you impacts me. I'm only talking about 48217, but I want you guys to just envision where you live at. What toxic space are you living in? What are you being exposed to that you don't know about? We could talk about the east side of Detroit with the Fiat Chrysler assembly plant, where now they're getting ready to put hundreds of tons of toxic air through their expansion of their facility on the people of that community. Or look at the community borderline Detroit and Hamtramck. You have the large Arabic population that are being exposed to the toxic dumping at the U.S. ecology space that has now been allowed to expand because of the illiteracy. And I call it illiteracy, and then also the ignorance and the ignoring of the people's cry by our local government. Not only by our local government, and I'm talking about our city council, also our state government and our federal government. We have to look at the over 100 environmental rules that were rolled back during this tyranny that is just now ending under the Trump administration. We have an uphill battle to fight for all people, not just people of color. Because as I mentioned to you, what impacts me impacts you, what impacts you impacts me. And my slogan is pollution has no boundaries. There's no fence up in that air to prevent the pollution that my community that is being exposed to, that from it filtering over into your community. And I don't want to talk about all doom and gloom, because we are here today to live out the dream and continue the dream of Martin Luther King of fighting for all people to come together on a solution. And we were talking about social justice regarding the Detroit Will Breathe movement, the Black Lives Matter movement. Well, in the social movement, it also comes the economical movement that we have to garner, because we have to take the riches that we deserve away from the people, white people that's in power. And the way we do that is through the struggles that we have experienced. We demand a seat at the table, in which we were often and still is shut out of those rooms. I have hopes in the Biden-Harris administration that those doors can be opened so that we can enter that room and have a seat at the table. And we must demand this seat at the table. We can no longer be silent. The social movements that have hit America these last 2 years is our call to action. It is the opportunity for us to lift our voice and to lift the voice of our fellow neighbors and people that are in peril. We have been marginalized, we have been oppressed, and we have been demonized for so many years. And we know the richness that we have, the intellect that we have, the ingenious that we have, and the ingenuity that we can share to show people that this is a world for all people, not for the rich white few that now consider themselves in control. But we know with our power and with our voice, we can take that seat at the table and we can share our experience, therefore changing the laws that govern us. We have not just had doom and gloom in 48217, we've had many victories. We had a fight with a company that came in to utilize our brownfield dollars, and that's where we give them $2 for every dollar they spend to repollute us. We shut that company's opportunity to get brownfield dollars down. We shut that company's opportunity to get a tax abatement down. And also, we have been able to stop Marathon from being granted a permit that would produce more sulfur dioxide, more CO2, more lead, and iron oxide into our air, because they were denied the opportunity to receive a waiver from our city council to cover the petcoke piles that's on their facilities. We also had stopped the salt company, which was blasting with dynamite under our houses, doing damage to the structure of our house and devaluing our property. We got them to change the direction and the method that they use to extract salt. and stop some of the damage that had been going on in our community.
Teresa, thank you for sharing. Can you share just a last few words really quickly? We're running behind.
Okay, the things that I can say is that the solutions that we can do is that we now have what we feel people that are in power in the Biden and Harris administration is to work with them to give them the tools that they need to be able to help marginalized communities such as ours by changing policy and by changing of the law. I happen to be on a couple of committees under the Whitmer administration, along with Sylvia O'Donoghue and Monica Lewis-Patrick, where they have now established the Office of the Public Advocate. That is our doorway. That is our liaison to be able to talk and help us be able to change the policies that govern Michigan. And so those are some of the solutions that we could do, work with the governor's administration and also work with Mr. David Kivey of the Biden administration, who's over environmental justice, to change policy. Also, we can lift up our voice as people that have been enduring such atrocities these years to let them know we are here and we're going to be counted. And as Nakia mentioned, it is our time to take our rightful place among the people that make the decisions for us and give us the opportunity to have the seat at the table to speak for ourselves. And so I thank you once again for allowing me in your space. And I thank you for carrying on the dream of Martin Luther King. Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa. I'd like to remind all of our speakers that we have about 3 to 5 minutes per speaker. We're running a little bit behind or in overtime at this point. We do have speakers coming in from out of the country, so please be mindful of the time that you're speaking. Our next activist speaker is Clarence Thomas. Clarence was a founding member of the Million Worker March, a coalition of Black trade unionists from around the country who called for workers to speak in our own name and not as an appendage to the Democratic and Republican parties during the 2004 presidential election. Let's welcome Clarence Thomas.
Solidarity greetings to all. Thank you for that wonderful introduction, sister. It's great to be with all of you. I'm honored to be a part of the program, and it's great to be with Brother Abayami Ezekwe. We have a lot of history together. The first thing I want to say is that I am a retired longshore worker. I am a native son of Oakland, California, and I'm also here today to speak in the Black radical voice of labor. The first thing I want to say is that even though I'm retired from the waterfront, I'm not retired from the struggle. My union, the International Longshore and Warehouse Union, Local 10, is probably one of the most radical unions in the United States of America. This past Juneteenth, we organized a 29-port shutdown to commemorate Juneteenth, including the shutdown of the port in Vancouver, British Columbia. We have shut down ports to call for justice for Oscar Grant. We have a long history of taking action at the point of production. Longshore workers are some of the most important workers to the global economy. What many of you may not know is that in September 21st, 1967, the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Spoke at our union hall in San Francisco. The occasion was they were doing fundraising across the country for SCLC, and he came to Local 10 because of the fact of the support that we had given him over the years. One of the things that Dr. King pointed out was the forces that are against the Black liberation movement are the same forces that are against labor. He also talked about the importance of the labor movement to the civil rights movement, how the sit-ins took place as a result of workers in 1936 and 37 in Flint, Michigan, who took over plants, mobilizing against General Motors. He also pointed out that it was very important for people to understand the relationship between the civil rights movement and the movement of labor, because we represent democracy. One of the things that people don't know about Dr. King is that in 1952, while he was a student in seminary, he wrote a letter to his fiancée, Coretta Scott, in 1952. And this is what he said: "I am more socialistic in my economic theory than capitalistic." He also wrote that capitalism had outlived its usefulness because it had brought about a system that takes necessities from the masses to give luxuries to the classes. He was 23 years old at the time that he wrote that. Dr. King was very radical. He associated himself with radical people, such as Brother Jack Odell, who was a former member of the Communist Party and a director of the SCLC, who was forced to relinquish his leadership in the SCLC because of pressure from John and Robert Kennedy, who did not want Dr. King to have any influences with the Black left. It's important to understand the tradition of which Dr. King emerged. Before Dr. King emerged on the scene, it was people like Dr. W.E.B. Du Bois, Paul Robeson, William Bill Patterson, all of them who come out of the Black left tradition, who were civil rights leaders. But Dr. King understood one thing, that before Black people could move in a progressive direction, they would have to have the right to vote. And I remind all of those who may think that this Democratic Party has some salvation for us. Let me just say this: Black people did not get the right to vote by voting. We got the right to vote by mobilizing and organizing in our own name. We must be very, very clear. All of this talk amongst Black folks being so afraid of socialism, and those who have said that the recent attack on the Capitol was an attack on our democracy, let's be very clear. We don't have any democracy in this country. So why are we mouthing these things that come from the corporate press and come from the people who are in fact oppressing and exploiting us? We need to be very, very clear. Dr. King was not killed because he had a dream. They don't kill dreamers. Dr. King was killed because he was anti-capitalistic, he was anti-militaristic, he believed in freedom and justice, and he also understood very clearly that the link between racial injustice and economic exploitation were inextricably linked. I know I don't have much time, so I'm going to wind it up by saying this. I'm the author of a book that will be coming out in the next few weeks. It's called Mobilizing and Organizing in Our Own Name, the Million Worker March Movement. It is very clear to me that we cannot serve two masters. We will have to mobilize and organize in our own name. Black people cannot be afraid of socialism. W.E.B. Du Bois once said, the only way that our people are going to be able to come out of poverty is through socialism. Dr. King also said that capitalism, the merge of capitalism did not have anything to do with the Protestant work ethic, that it was based upon the enslavement of African Americans on the shores of America. So in conclusion, let's understand the need for us to mobilize and organizing in our own name. Thank you very much for having me to be a part of this program. Solidarity to all. Stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Clarence Thomas. Our next round of speakers are actually musicians. We're going to have a musical selection by Joe and Sheila Kidd. Joe and Sheila share a common heritage of Irish and Native American traditions that come from the Appalachian region of Kentucky and West Virginia. They're now based in Ann Arbor and Detroit, Michigan, and they have used their experiences and their visions in the writing of their profound recordings. a perfect blend of universal and timeless Americana folk and world music with powerful lyrics and beautiful voices. They're an award-winning duo. Let's welcome Joe and Sheila Kidd.
Thank you, Aurora. And thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Abialme. This is our 7th time in a row to join you here in this celebration. So we're very, very happy to be here again. It's a highlight of our season every year. We're going to do, because we are at home and we're able to do it. So we're going to do a short traditional song, and we're going to complement that with something that we wrote. So we're going to start with that. The Almighty had another son, another one, and another one. There was a crowd of children in heaven. Then came number 7, born with 2 legs and a heart that beat, a mind of reason, and a mouth to speak, a boy of destiny and will. God named that child Ebenezer Hill. Something strange and different occurred as he listened to his father's word. He held his hand as his father spoke, a hand as light and as dark as smoke. Together they walked across the floor, to a room called Earth, and through that door, they went inside to calm that crowd. The lost, forgotten, weak, and proud. The boy was frightened as he realized his father missing, vaporized. But he carried on and kept his motion and kept on talking with great emotion. Gathering friends would follow near with rage and fear. This voice of truth could not be ceased. This voice of love and hope and peace. In a time of struggle and of pain, that journey forward still remains. A lesson taught, a day that beckoned, a life was given, a destiny reckoned. They called him doctor, they called him king. He gave them a future and everything. He did not make it to the top of that hill, but he made sure that one day Ebenezer will. Thank you, brothers and sisters.
Thank you, Joe and Sheila Kidd. Now I'm going to turn over my hosting duties to Brother Abayomi, who's going to take up the next section of speakers. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. Thank you, all the speakers and hosts.
Well, thank you so much, Aurora, for that segment of the program. Do we have a message from Efren Paredes? Efren Paredes.
I am grateful to be joining you this Martin Luther King Jr. Day and honored to be invited to share this message. My name is Efren Paredes Jr., and I am a 47-year-old Latino male from Berrien County, currently incarcerated in the Michigan Department of Corrections. I am also one of the 367 people who received a mandatory life without parole sentence for a homicide conviction when they were minors. As a class, we're commonly referred to as juvenile lifers. I was arrested at age 15 and have been incarcerated now nearly 32 years. In 2012, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled in the case of Miller versus Alabama that mandatory life without parole sentences are unconstitutional for juvenile offenders. The Miller decision also ordered that the 2,500 juvenile lifers impacted nationwide by the landmark decision be resentenced. According to the High Court, judges were now granted the discretion to impose term of year sentences or life without parole sentences when sentencing minors convicted of homicide. Life without parole was no longer the only sentence they could impose on juvenile offenders. However, the Supreme Court made it clear that life without parole sentences could only be reserved for rare juvenile offenders who are permanently incorrigible, forever incapable of change, and rehabilitation must be impossible. The court also stated that life without parole sentences for juvenile offenders should become uncommon. So far, approximately 217 juvenile offenders have been resentenced since 2012. 93% of them have received term of year sentences. Despite the U.S. Supreme Court ruling that their draconian sentences were unconstitutional 8 years ago, there are still 150 juvenile lifers awaiting to be resentenced. Prosecutors have abused their power by seeking life without parole sentences again for the juvenile lifers remaining to be resentenced. They have deliberately violated the 2012 U.S. Supreme Court criteria delineating which juvenile offenders are candidates to receive the extreme sentence. Michigan is now shamefully the state with the largest number of juvenile lifers still awaiting resentencing in the nation. Attorney General Dana Nessel can intervene in this situation by having her office take over the remaining juvenile lifer cases. She can then withdraw the motion seeking life without parole sentences against the remaining juvenile lifers awaiting sentencing and allow them to receive term of year sentences. Governor Whitmer can also ask the Attorney General to intervene if Nessel doesn't have the courage to do it herself. Allowing juvenile lifers to receive term of year sentences would give jurisdiction to the parole board to begin reviewing them for release consideration in the future. They would no longer be serving death by incarceration sentences and would have an opportunity to return to the community one day, like 95% of all incarcerated people eventually do. I am proud to say that of the 130 juvenile lifers who have been released during the past 8 years, none have reoffended. They have the lowest recidivism rate of any offender demographic in the MDOC. They are a proven, safe group of people to be released back to the community and pose no risk or danger to the public safety. This past Friday, Marion County Trial Court Judge Charles Osada held a final hearing in my case to consider evidence about my growth, maturity, and capacity for change during my 3-decade incarceration. He will now make a ruling sometime before March 8th about whether he sentence me to a term of years or a life without parole sentence again. My legal team, several witnesses who testified on my behalf, and I provided an abundance of evidence about my capacity for change and rehabilitation during my court hearings, and made clear that I am clearly not a candidate for a life without parole sentence. We are hopeful for a positive outcome in the coming weeks. I want to also share that this past week, the MDOC announced that nearly 15,000 of the people incarcerated in Michigan prisons, nearly 40% of the entire population, have contracted COVID-19 to date. Half of all Michigan prisons are also currently on COVID-19 outbreak status. Prisons are a hellscape that have become vicious vectors for transmission of the deadly virus. The crowded living conditions, inability of incarcerated people to social distance in housing units, and lack of personal protection equipment made available to protect themselves is endangering the lives of vulnerable people who are powerless to extricate themselves from this crisis. I invite people to visit the webpage bit.ly.com/MICHPR. That's bitly.com/MICHPR, and sign the 10-point Michigan Prison Reform Platform online petition calling on Michigan lawmakers to end double bunking in prisons, separate beds and housing units by 6 feet, and reduce the prison population to prevent people from being infected by COVID-19 and potentially dying. The petition also addresses 9 other important reforms we are asking lawmakers to pass to improve prison conditions and make them more humane for the thousands of human lives it cages. The petition website again is bit.ly.com/MICHPR, bit.ly.com/MICHPR. Mass incarceration is ravaging communities of color and poor people. We must use our collective voice to demand bold change to our criminal justice system. Dehumanizing policies that ignore the inherent dignity of citizens are disgraceful and have no place in a civilized society. Dr. King opposed them then, and we have a moral and social obligation to oppose them now. You can find links to my articles or listen to my radio and podcast interviews about Michigan juvenile lifer resentencing delays, COVID-19 in Michigan prisons, or learn more about my case by visiting facebook.com/free.efren. That's facebook.com/free.efren. Thank you.
We want to thank Efren Paredes, an outstanding activist, for that tape recorded message. We also want to thank Elena Harada, the host of Beloved Detroit, for that taped message. And Elena has been a strong advocate of the juvenile lifers here in the state of Michigan. We say free the juvenile lifers, free them all, free all political prisoners. Right now, we want to move into our next speaker, the struggle of African migrants here in the state of Michigan. Sadie Czar is a long-time activist. She is a founder of the African Bureau of Immigration and Social Affairs, ABISA. Sadie is a leader in the fight for immigrant rights, particularly the rights of our brothers and sisters from the African continent. Let's welcome Sadie Czar.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. And can you hear me?
We hear you
Can you hear
loud
me?
and clear.
Oh, okay.
Loud and clear. Go right ahead.
Yes, I wasn't sure. So thank you for having me. And today I'm gonna speak on the conditions of what does it look like to be Black and an immigrant in the United States, right? Representing Blackness in America has become more and more complex in the recent years as the movement for Black lives grew, morphed, and continue to sprout. The symbol of progress of the Black community seems to regress in some ways and avant-garde in some others. Dr. King had a dream, and today we reckon with the fact that for many of us, we have different and at times opposite understanding of the meaning of Dr. King's dream. One thing, however, that kept our drumbeat at pouncing is the persistent commitment, right, of what embodies privilege, racism, supremacy, and entitlement that have relentlessly continued to operate united by the ideology of keeping Black bodies across land and waters away from the limelight of a peaceful life in harmony. Today, I stand here to once again reaffirm my Blackness and call my fellow comrade in the movement to action, to bring into the core of the movement for Black lives the voices of Black immigrants. I'm here to remind myself and others that Black immigrants are 7 times more likely to be sent in solitary confinement. They are 5 times more likely to be accused of criminally staying and overstaying in the country, which is actually a civil infraction and be taken in detention. Black immigrants pay higher bonds, and they can spend up to 10 years in jail for the same civil infraction of visa overstay. Black immigrant families live in some of the most poor counties and urban cities across America. They are exposed to lead, to food desert, poisoned by state waters. They are exposed and die from COVID-19 at beyond alarming rates also. They are suffering from air pollution and they are disenfranchised by design, from housing, from access to healthcare, from access to education, and the pursuit of happiness. A story that is more than familiar to everyone on this call today. I want us all to remember that these facts and that we have to reckon with the fact that we cannot liberate ourselves with the approval of the oppressor or by using the systems and tools and designs that the oppressor has to offer. Our destinies are conjoined as Siamese twins, I think, for several reasons. One of them, we're Black. In the history, yesterday we commemorated the death of Patrice Lumumba, and today we honor the death of Martin Luther King Jr. And for me, these two dates are so similar. These two leaders have so much to offer, and both Black leaders have called on our movement to be united and to understand that the globality of our plight is the same, linked by the color of our skin. And we definitely have to continue to act locally to impact our movement, but think globally as Black bodies across the continent, across waters and land, suffer the same issues. Here in America, the movement for Black life often have a line or two when it comes to undocumented Black immigrants. I live in the city of Detroit for the last 17 years and had the opportunity to work in coalition with so many of great Black organizers. And my fight today is fueled by the knowledge and the lesson learned in the trenches of Movement for Black Lives. And I want to call us to action and ask that the life of Black immigrants like mine are not forgotten in the heart of the movement. And that we need to unite in the wake of what have happened a couple of days ago in the Capitol, and looking to what would happen if we leave our country in the hand of the upcoming organizations and people and administrations. And remembering that anytime one of us have a door open, I want to remember that person to remember my voice and remember that Black immigrants are at the bottom of the poll right now. And they need all the Black voices that have been here in this call today in every single fight. As we don't leave single issues life, our fight have to be conjoined and make one. I understand that we are behind in time, so I would like to yield my time at this moment. And thank you greatly for the opportunity to sit here and share some reflection with all of us. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you so much, Sister Sadie. She represents a very, very important struggle in Detroit, in the state of Michigan, and indeed throughout the United States. Of course, we know that Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Was a proponent of African liberation in the 1950s and 60s. He attended Ghana independence celebrations in March of 1957. He met with Kenneth Kaunda of then Northern Rhodesia, later Zambia, in 1960 to plan joint struggles for African American and African liberation. And we also say, long live Patrice Lumumba, the targeted and assassinated revolutionary Pan-Africanist from Congo, who was killed by the Belgian colonialists and the United States Central Intelligence Agency working together on January 17th of 1961, 60 years ago yesterday. We also right now want to move on to hear another important struggle. Darnell Summers, a revolutionary musician, a filmmaker, activist, and an organizer. Darnell was a
Actually,
GI resistance.
Abayomi, I think we have a performer up next.
Oh, sorry. We'll get to Darnell next. We want to introduce Sammy Lewis, who is an organizer with Detroit Will Breathe. She, of course, has been very much in evidence at the mass demonstrations that have been taking place in Detroit over the many, many months. She is a young revolutionary, a feminist, and we want to hear right now from Sammy Lewis.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Great, perfect. So today is about honoring Martin Luther King. And I just want to say that, you know, he wasn't just this figurehead for peace, but a commander for change. So thank you to MLK for using his radical imagination to pave the way for liberation. So I have a song about America. This country is made up of aliens who took it on over from the Native Americans. Well, I'm fighting for my freedom. And all this land consists of is racism, bigotry, and cold-blooded murder. Well, I don't recognize myself as an American when all they do is lie about money, colors, and religion. And I don't want to be shot down just for trying to be free, but sadly, I can see it happening. And they say that there's democracy, but there's really none for people like me, a woman of color who's kind of queer. And how can they say that that is free when nobody even believes in me? Well, I'm sick of living in fear. And I don't recognize myself as an American when all they do is lie about money, colors, and religion. And I don't want to be shot down just for trying to be free, but sadly, I can see it happening. Yeah, I don't recognize myself as an American when all they do is lie about money, colors, and religion. And I don't want to be shot down just for trying to be free, but sadly, I can see it happening. Yeah, I don't recognize myself as an American. All they do is lie about money, colors, and religion. Yeah, and I don't want to be shot down just for trying to be me. Sadly, I can see it happening. Thank you so much for having me, and happy MLK Day.
Well, thank you so much, Sammy, for your contribution and for your work in the struggle here in the city of Detroit. Right now, we want to bring up Darnell Summers. And as I mentioned earlier, Darnell was a war resistor and still is, the domestic war as well as the international war. Darnell was in the U.S. military during the Vietnam War. He was one of the many African-American soldiers who resisted the war in Vietnam. That's a story that is not often told. The widespread resistance among African-Americans and other progressive forces against the Vietnam War. Darnell was framed and was later released for committing a crime that he did not commit in 1968. He's been tried on, he's been targeted on several occasions for this crime. He has been able to remain free. Nonetheless, he's currently being harassed and threatened by state and federal police authorities. So we want to have a warm welcome for Brother Darnell Summers.
Thank you, Abayomi. for even having me here. I'm very honored. It's a privilege to be here. I'm from Detroit, born in Detroit, but I've spent 2/3 of my life in Europe. I was extradited from 2 different continents on this murder charge that you referred to, the alleged murder of a Red Squad operative, Detective Sergeant Robert Gonzer, which was a throwback to the McCarthy era. And it's been a struggle, you know. And in fact, I'm doing a movie. It's called No End in Sight. I interviewed actually Sammy Lewis, and she performed that song. And the interview itself was remarkable, as is her music and her artistic perspective on things. April the 4th is a very significant time for me, or date for me, especially April the 4th, 1968. I was with the 440th Signal Battalion in Kaiserslautern, Germany. I had been in the military a little over a year, so I wasn't exactly a greenhorn. I had heard all of the stories. You know, if you're in the military in a time of war, there's this traffic back and forth, and you'll hear the stories about the war itself, the people who had actually been there, and not necessarily, you didn't have to necessarily be there to appreciate what was going on, because you were playing some people were playing more an active role than others behind the lines, you know, or in other areas of the United States and around the world. I don't know if people are aware of it or not, but there are about over 150 bases worldwide, American military bases. So a lot of things are a lot of traffic, a lot of banter, a lot of rumor spreading. So April the 4th, we heard about the assassination of Martin Luther King. And if you get to be, I just want to just preface that with this. If you were 73 years old, and I think it's a privilege to reach that age, when you hear dates, you reflect on where were you at the time these things were going on. And for me, this story that I relate to kind of like talks about that. So we heard about the assassination of Martin Luther King. And I must admit that before that, I wasn't really a fan of Martin Luther. I wasn't into nonviolence, you know, not at all. I'm not a violent person, but if you hit me, or, you know, well, I like to say I try to block that, you know, but if you get through my defenses, you know, you can expect a retaliation, most definitely. And I think we have a right to defend ourselves, you know, without question, all of us. But nonetheless, when I heard his speech against the Vietnam War, I changed my mind about Martin Luther King. It's a very powerful speech, and he gave it around the time he gave his support to the to different political movements that were going on. There was this metamorphosis going on that people could sense. You'd see pictures of he and Malcolm X and other people, you know, it wasn't the same old line anymore. In fact, before I go over the story, the I Have a Dream speech was first given, as my recollection, it was in Detroit. I was in that march with my grandmother and the rest of my family, uncles and my mother and my father, and we were there. And we were there at Cobo Hall, you know, when he gave that speech. So I would just want to drop that historical note. But anyway, we're there in Kaiserslautern, 440th Signal Battalion, and we hear. And, you know, there was this like automatic, you know, like sentiment about, we got to do something. Something has to be said. Something has to be done. So we organized a delegation to go to our company commander. Now, that's the lowest level. This is our company commander. Now, we got a battalion, and then over that, there's you know, could be a regiment or division or whatever's above and beyond the company level. But I thought the best tack was to go straight to the company, because that's where you know, we were having our most trouble. You know, that was the place where we were hands-on. And so we got a delegation together, and it just wasn't, to my recollection, it wasn't just black soldiers, but there were a few white soldiers who did participate. So we went to the company commander's office and told the first sergeant that we wanted to speak to the company commander as a delegation. So we went in and talked to the company commander. We told him we wanted them to drop the flag, to half mast. And he kind of looked at us. He said, "Well, Mr. Summers, I don't have any authority to do that, But this was our demand." And so, in essence, there was like a standoff. And so we went back to our barracks wherever we withdrew to, and we thought about this. Well, just to make a long story short, about 2 or 3 hours later, we went outside and the flags were at half mast. Now, we don't know what's going on in the rest of the military around the world. Later, we find out that all hell is breaking loose on ships, on bases, Air Force bases, Marine bases, naval stations, everywhere, maybe on the North Pole, I don't know, Antarctica. It was just a big ball of confusion. And of course, there were, we could see that there was these disturbances in the United States, period. Well, that was mirrored by what was going on in the military. And that was 1968. And I went to Vietnam in 1968. And it just so happened that I went to a unit where the soldiers in that unit had taken a picture of them stepping on the neck of some other soldier. All right. Unfortunately, he was a white soldier, and I don't know whether or not he was a racist or what, but that was the picture. All right. And I went directly to this unit, that was just happenstance. Let me say this, that what's strangely devoid of conversation, not in this particular conversation, because people are talking about various and sundry aspects of where we are, but the whole question of the United States and its imperialism and how they militarily want to dominate the rest of the world, and the results of that, the immense suffering that people must endure as a result of the United States military, cannot be tolerated. I don't want to sit down at the table with a criminal. I don't want his crumbs. I don't want to have anything to do with him. In the Vietnam War, there was tremendous resistance to the war, and that resistance manifested itself by some of the things that Martin Luther King said in his speech. In his speech, he was talking about, how can I tell these young people to be nonviolent when we're sending our soldiers, our sons and daughters, to far-flung regions of the earth to kill other people just like them, people who have nothing, who've been traditionally, historically oppressed. How can we do this? He raised that question. So when you raise that question, you understand the effect of that question on other people. And of course, even without Martin Luther King, when you start dying, when you're facing death, you're asking yourself, what am I dying for? And you see, a soldier lives in the moment. He lives in the moment. Just like, Black Lives Matter or people out there on the street, you're in the moment. When that policeman hits you with that billy club, you're in the moment. Either you do a high block or you try to defend yourself or you run away, you're in the moment. Same thing with a soldier, and even more so. What am I dying for? Am I prepared to die for my oppressor? And that is the problem with their military. They have to depend on people like me to defend their system. And when people like me decide, that we no longer have any vested interest in defending them, they're in big trouble. That's the case today. You can bet your bottom dollar that the discussions that are going on, and we've known that the Ku Klux Klan has been in the United States military from Jump Street, from the word get-go, that the racists have been there with their good old boy networks. And we were fighting that the whole time. The whole time I was in the military, I was fighting that. Historical note, my last duty station at Fort Carson, Colorado, I was chairman of the Post-Racial Harmony Council. You know, you can check that out. Post-Racial Harmony Council, Google it, Darnell Stephen Summers, and you will see we lay out some of the things that were going on there. It's crazy, you know. They have developed a narrative, you know, about sedition. They were going to charge me with sedition. The documents are there, the FBI documents from 1973. I'm trying to overthrow the government, you know, seditious conspiracy. Well, in a certain sense, you're damn right, because I'm trying to overthrow my oppressor. And that's a right we have inherently. Now, these other people are counter-revolutionaries, and that must be understood. That must be understood. You just can't flip the script, you understand, and change the definition of things. What was Crispus Attucks? Was he a seditionist? Perhaps. I hope so. Nat Turner, John Brown, Paul Robeson, all these people who are fighting for, you know, for human rights, suddenly they're in line for being described as seditionists, you know. But these are all terms that, like, you know, emulate from even the Magna Carta, you know, our Anglo-Saxon tradition of law, where we cannot challenge the throne. No, don't do that. You're seditious if you do that. You know, it's interesting, you know, that they label these people seditionists. All right. We're in a certain sense, that's a noble cause. But we know that they just want to continue this racist system of white supremacy. But let's don't get confused about this at all. Not at all. We have a right to freedom by any means necessary. Now, I know I'm a target of murder charges, even to this day. They came to a gas station and took my DNA a couple of months ago, right here in Detroit. Stuck a cotton swab in my mouth, took my cell phone, and just raped me, you know, politically. All right. But we have a right to defend ourselves. We have a right to fight for our freedom, and we have a right to defend all of the defenseless people on this planet who are the victims of U.S. imperialism, along with all of their buddies, along with NATO, all of them, whoever that is, whoever those people are who are denying people, you know, historically, the right to human rights, the right to what they call life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. They can say it. They can say they, you know, liberty or death. They can say that. But the minute you say it, you know, no, you can't do that. You know, no, not at all. But like, as I said before, let's don't get confused with it. Yes.
Yeah, Darnell. Yeah, well, I just wanted to, could you give people information about how they can support you now? I know you have a Facebook group, and
I was anticipating a question. There's my email address. In fact, I'm doing this movie, No End in Sight, and I'm looking for people to interview, yourself specifically, Aboyami. I'd like to interview you and other, you know, I can't interview everybody. That's clear, you know. But if you're interested, Sarah, Clarence, what's your name? Excalibur, old man. You know, I don't know where you are. You're in Detroit, wherever. You know,
yeah.
just get with me. My email address is right there. And then Defend Darnell Summers. We have a Facebook page, and understand that this is not just about me. I'm fortunate enough to be free. There are a lot of people that just has been a recent spate of releases of people from incarceration, all right? But I could have been in there for 52 years. I'm fortunate not to have spent 52 years of my life in prison, but I've spent 52 years of my life struggling, you know, in this struggle. And I'm not tired yet. Who's that? Nakia said she's tired. You know, I know. Get some sleep, girl. You know, just get some sleep. Lay down. Close your eyes.
We'll be in touch, Darnell. The conversation will continue.
All right. Okay,
thank
Sarah.
you.
All righty.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much. And I think I'm going to hand it over to Sarah now. Is that correct?
Yes, yes it is. Thank you, Abayomi. Thank you, Darnell.
Okay, thank you.
Up next is Justin Blake. Justin Blake is the son of a civil rights activist and runs the Black Underground Recycling located in Chicago. He is the uncle of Jacob Blake, who was shot in the back 7 times by a Kenosha cop and was left partially paralyzed. Justin, thank you for joining us today.
Assalamu alaikum. How's everybody doing today on MLK Day? I was so glad to be invited to such a dynamic event, carrying on during these times when covert's taking place. I'm proud to be one of the leaders in the front of Chicago's Green Movement. I run an organization called the Black Underground Recycling. We recycle aluminum cans, and we're just getting into plastic, and we use the money for restorative justice. And coincidentally, my nephew is little Jacob Blake that got shot in the back 7 times down in Kenosha by a police officer. So my father's the late Reverend Jacob S. Blake that marched 3 times with Martin Luther King. And my great-grandfather was a Garveyite. So our people, and that's on my father's side. On my mother's side, my great-grandfather was a Pullman Porter, and my grandfather was a Tuskegee Airman. So our family's been known all over the country and all over the world for fighting for justice and liberties for African descendants all over the nation and all over the world. And we're proud to be able to push forward fighting for laws and justice as we're up here in DC for the Martin Luther King Day. We're going to go to an event soon as we're done with this. And then we'll be here for the inauguration as well. We are at a very crucial historic time in life, and for African Americans in this country and around the world. We believe this year many things are going to be showered down upon us that will catch us up in every way possible in every nation, in every country that you find African descendants. We need to continue to unite, work together, have solidarity and unity around simple things that are simple to other people, but not so simple to us. And if we can do that, put our differences beside us and continue to work together, great things are going to happen in 2021. So I just wanted to briefly say we look forward to, please keep following Jacob Blake. I'm sorry, there's light in my room. Jacob Blake, Justice for Jacob Blake on Facebook. You can reach us at Justin Blake 138@gmail.com to find out about more of our recycling efforts and what we're doing in the city of Chicago to stop gun violence. In 2021, the Black Underground Recycling is expanding to Milwaukee. Since we've met so many people in Kenosha, Racine, and Milwaukee, they've asked us to bring our recycling program down there, which we're honored to do. The more we recycle, the more restorative justice we can do in our community. In 2021, we'll be responsible for feeding 5,000 people every month for free from Milwaukee to Kenosha. We'll be opening a free 24-hour computer lab in Inglewood, Chicago, which is one of the most challenging economic places in the nation. We'll be having a satellite in Evanston, Waukegan, Kenosha, and Milwaukee. We hope to employ at least 100 people by spring. And put your seatbelts on for this, people. The Black Underground Recycling will be kicking off an urban development plan come spring from Milwaukee to Chicago like you've never seen before. So we appreciate being on here. I also had a person from Michigan here. I don't know if they started the conversation, and they already did. I had Sister Breonna Taylor's aunt here with us that's getting ready to go out, and she's from Michigan. So I was going to try to slide her in, but they're on another Zoom with my brother in the other room. So please, everybody, stay prayed up, eat well, stay COVID free, and we've got work to do. We can't win it if everybody's not well. Big ups to the red, the black, and the green. Unity now, one Africa. Love y'all.
Thank you so much for your words and sharing space with us, Justin.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
All right. So next, I'm excited to bring Yvonne Jones up. She's going to present the People's Spirit of Detroit Award.
Thank you.
It gives me great pleasure and great sadness at the same time to present this award. The sadness is that we have to continue this struggle after so many years, but the joy is that we have people, young people, who have accepted the challenge. So on behalf of the Detroit Martin Luther King Day Committee, we would like to present the People's Spirit of Detroit Award to Detroit Will Breathe. On this January the 18th, 2021, we honor Detroit Will Breathe for exemplary leadership, courage, perseverance, and commitment in the struggle against police brutality, racism, and injustice in Detroit and throughout this country. You are the 21st century freedom fighters, and we stand with you. Fight on.
Woo. All right, thank you, Yvonne. Thank you, Detroit Will Breathe. Okay, so our next performer is Anthony Michael Ali. Most recently, Anthony Michael Ali ran for state representative of District 4 while completing his final semester at Kalamazoo College Online. An activist and organizer with Detroit Will Breathe and the Clairvoy Village Association, his aspirations include seeing Detroit become a bastion and birthplace of real democracy and continuing the global fight for human rights. Let's welcome Anthony Ali. And maybe you have to unmute.
Oh yeah, I'm here. I just wasn't sure if we were gonna play the video first.
In the mother country. We said that we work with anybody and form coalition with anybody that has revolution on their mind. We're not a racist organization because we understand that racism is an excuse used for capitalism. And we know that racism is a byproduct of capitalism. Everything would be all right if everything was put back in the hands of the people. And we're going to have to put it back in the hands of the people.
How can you stand for your people in a land full of evil? We just praying to be equal, huh? Some of us praying to Allah, following the path of Al-Shabaab, staying strapped in all this rot. Some of us gave up on the God, have no hope for this land, cause man is just too flawed. Seen too many like us fall, like stars from the sky or old English meeting concrete. But I'll always ride for my people, never slide on my people, stoke the pride in my people, yeah. How many died since high school? Why do all the ones locked up happen to look like you? From this country's birth, gifting wealth to whites while we struggle for a plot of dirt. Yeah, that's the Homestead Act. Now trace it to 08 when Wells Fargo broke our backs. How can you stand for your people in a land full of evil? We just praying to be equal, huh? Maybe we should follow the Zapatistas instead of white liberals and uploading racist baristas, huh? They gun down the revolutionaries and prop up vapid pro-capitalist luminaries. I got a plan for my people, not to be the man, but to see them stand as my equals, huh? Hello, everybody. Thank you for sharing that. And I have one other piece I would like to share with you all today. This one's untitled, and so without further ado, I'll just get into it. It's a piece of spoken poetry. Real gangsters move in silence like the darkness that is night. Petty penny Annie wannabes brandishing tools of violence, hoping to mimic our plight. really gonna be thrown when they find for real ones, it's on sight. So let it be known, you come around here, you best tread light. See, real G's will grind you down to the grit to see what you about. If it turns out you stopped at the wrong pit, ain't no one to escort you out. Even God's messengers like Gabriel dare not descend to this mad place, because they too may very well be met with a burner in their face, just like any other mother. See, like Nietzsche said, God is dead. He ain't been around here in a minute. So you better get your bread or end up dead, or learn to turn stripe to lead and then pin it. Because see, God may be a ghost in this place, but miracles are tangible all around. Just watch homie turn 10 to a stack, or a mother make a meal from a snack, or remember how granddaddy broke his back for Ford. Each is profound. Despite what Newton might have to say, we defy gravity each and every day, with only bootstraps to pull ourselves off the ground. But we shall remain vagabonds and trespassers on this land until for ourselves and cousins indigenous peace can be found. One voice, one people, and all the power to them. A medley of hymns and songs, and our story ringing through them. Thank you. Wassalam, everybody.
Thank you so much for your words, Anthony. All right, we're gonna take a 10-minute break. Everyone watching online, wherever, from whatever platform, please get up, use the restroom, stretch, if you feel like it. And when we come back in about 10 minutes, there's going to be a video with let's see, a video of Jay Bass performing, and there's a debut song included in that. So please stick around. There's more speakers, performers. Yes, we'll be back in 10.
Level up learning in 2021. A premium membership will help your child master more math skills.
Pure created a clear filter to show what gets removed from water in only 30 minutes.
Sitting throwing rocks across the pavement, hoping it will cave and swallow me whole. Wondering why my mind keeps on spinning. This isn't how living to me was sold. Why am I like this? Something's always amiss. Can't put my finger on it, but it's there. Wait for it to subside, but my mind won't apply. Waiting for the clear. Is it bad sometimes? I like it when I lose control. There's something in it that's so beautiful. Listen, I can see the light, but I can also see the bones decay. I don't know what else there is to say. I'm doing my best not to run away. Sitting throwing rocks across the pavement, hoping it'll cave in and swallow me whole. Wondering how the world keeps on spinning, kinda scared of living when it unfolds. Hard to see the light when everything is silent, waiting for the clear. Thankful I'm alive, but terrified of dying. But hey, I'm still here. Is it bad sometimes? I like it when I lose control. There's something in it that's so beautiful. Listen, I can see the light, but I can also see the bones decay. I don't know what else there is to say. I'm doing my best not to run away.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. I would like to go ahead and introduce our next performer. His name is Jay Bass. He is an artist and entertainer, born and raised on the west side of Detroit. He is a leader of the activist group Detroit Will Breathe, and he uses his musical talents to propel forward the movement for Black lives. Without further ado, Jay Bass.
If I lived in China or even Russia or any totalitarian country, maybe I could understand some of these illegal injunctions. Maybe I could understand the denial of certain basic First Amendment privileges because they haven't committed themselves to that over there. But somewhere I read of the freedom of assembly. Somewhere I read of the freedom of speech. Somewhere I read of the freedom of press. Somewhere I read that the greatness of America is the right to protest far right. So just as I say we aren't going to let any dogs or water hoses turn us around, we aren't going to let any injunction turn us around.
Jay, hi. What up? Can you say your first and last name and spell it for the record?
Jay Bass, J-A-E-B-A-S-S.
Look directly at me. The camera is not even there, okay? You and your group have criticized the mayor and his administration time and time again. We just have to know.
You stoked?
You were the mayor of Detroit.
So stoked.
What would you do differently?
If I was mayor of my city, I would take care of my city. Make sure everybody good, right? They ain't trying to make it fair in my city. They trying to bury my city. They trying to trap us in the hood. I know these politicians just embarrass my city. Me, I cherish my city. So let me show you what it look like. Everybody here gon' have a good life. If I was mayor, let me show you what it look like. If I was mayor of Detroit, first thing I'm doing is firing Craig, corrupt police chief, high up his mayor, lying again, freeing all my people from the county and feds. Make sure they get good jobs and they pocketed bread. Make sure everybody got a crib with bridge cards so they never worry about the fridge. If I was mayor of my city, I'm buying everybody scat packs. Make sure the kids go to school with new backpacks. Imagine having red centers and they not closed. Imagine cruising down the mile with no potholes. Imagine crime going down because people not broke. And when the crime go down, we don't need cops. So I'm picking all the billions that used to go to the cops for vote. Putting it on the block just so my people know what's possible. Came a long way, and we still got a lot to go. Long as I'm the mayor, we prepare for every obstacle. I'ma make weed recreational, that's nice. Making sure your health insurance cover your whole life. Making sure the city don't cooperate with ICE. Get the fans out the city, we ain't taking their advice. If I got elected, I bet it won't be no drama. Leader of a free world. They respect me like Obama. Matter of fact, I'm a black king. They respect me like T'Challa. If I'm mayor of the city, man, Detroit be like Wakanda. If I was mayor of my city, I would take care of my city. Make sure everybody good, right? They ain't trying to make it fair in my city. They trying to bury my city. They trying to trap us in the. Hey, no, these politicians just embarrass my city. Me, I cherish my city. Let me show you what it look like. Everybody here gon' have a good life. If I was mayor, let me show you what it look like.
I think in this election year, more than any other, the Negro will vote for the candidate and the party that will take a forthright, determined, and consistent stand on the civil rights issue.
MRB's what we got.
We gon' let up. Host right here, we fed up. We gon' let up. Host right here, we fed up. We gon' let up. Host right here, we fed up. We gon' let up. Host right here, we fed up. So I'm taking these steps. going on? I know that it's wrong. Just take a deep breath. Gotta be strong and keep moving on. Hey, we ain't gon' let up. Whole squad here, we fed up. We ain't gon' let up. Whole squad here, we fed up. I'm getting sick and tired of being sick and tired. When the hate gon' stop, getting pulled over, I ain't even driving. I just pray to God it ain't no racist cop. If I go to jail, don't even put me in a holding cell. I'm finding out they really trying to trap me in the system, put me in a prison when I'm finding out. Not me, young king, but they trying to do me like a why me. Gotta find me. I ain't hiding if you looking for me. I'm in my streets with about 3,000 people who ain't leaving till we get some justice. I mean it if you think I'm blessed. The police, you know they can't be trusted, so we gotta stand up for it. The people united will never be divided. Gotta change us for it. Gotta plan just for it. Looking at that budget like fuck it. We gon' just demand more stuff. We got a lot of shit that we can do with that. We could get some money to the school with that. Tell me what you would do with somebody who was black. We ain't got no watch and now we shoot a back. We ain't gon' let up. Whole squad here, we say what? We ain't gon' let up. Whole squad here, we say what? We ain't gon' let up. Whole squad here, we say what? We ain't gon' let up. Hey, whole squad, hey, so taking these steps. What's going on? I know that it's wrong, just taking these breaths. Gotta be strong and keep moving on. Hey, we ain't gon' let up. Whole squad here, we fed up. We ain't gon' let up. Whole squad here, we fed up. Look what they did to G. Look what they did to Bree. Look what they did to E. Look what they did to me. Hit me with tear gas, pepper straight to the face and I couldn't see. Then the next week, DPD ran me over with an SUV. You know that they don't care about us. Anytime that you hear about us, they say that we violent, causing a riot. Okay, let me clear it all up. They don't like it when you telling the truth, and when your skin got that melanin too, they wanna silence that, so they gon' show it to your protest, riot, get shield, looking like damn, what a riot at. You know it's all part of their plan, but God's plan way larger than that. I've been working hard as I can, know what's coming, see it all in advance. Look, you know it's fate when it fall in your hands, and everybody around you won't understand. Look, what it's gonna take is the people together, and you know they hate to see us together. Let's go. We ain't gon' let up. Whole squad here, we fed up. We ain't gon' let up. Whole squad here, we fed up. Say what? We ain't gon' let up. Hey, whole squad here, we fed up. We ain't gon' let up. Hey, whole squad here, we fed up. So I'm taking these steps. What's going on? I know it is wrong. Just taking these breaths. Gotta be strong and keep moving on. Say what? We ain't gon' let up. Whole squad here, we fed up. Hey, we ain't gon' let up. Whole squad here, we fed up. Martin Luther King ain't let up. He spent his whole life fighting for this. So I spent my whole life fighting for this. Black power.
And thank you, Jay Bass, for that energetic performance. I'm sure Martin Luther King would have felt the vibe. And so next we have speaking is Yvonne Jones, a lifelong Detroiter, a retired city worker, and an organizer with Moratorium Now Coalition and the Coalition for Police Transparency and Accountability. She will speak on behalf of Kenya Fentress, who had to work today on racial profiling across 8 Mile and the Billboard campaign.
Greetings. Wow, that was powerful. I just enjoyed that so much. Racial profiling across 8 Mile Road Billboard campaign. This billboard protest against police racial profiling is revolutionary. The billboard that is currently up is on 8 Mile between Woodward and Jarnon. placing billboards in key locations where racial profiling takes place puts the problem in the face of all who pass by. Racial profiling has been a tool of this country since its inception to control Black and brown people. It is used to control our whereabouts. Racial profiling enforces fear and terror. Racial profiling is the gateway, the door opener to police brutality and police misconduct, and the imposing of excessive fines and tickets on Black and brown people to support the unjust police system. And racial profiling opens the door to excessive force, imprisonment, and death by the gatekeepers, the police, who are trained to do these things. Racial profiling by the police system must stop. We must use every tool we have to end it. This billboard campaign is an opportunity to wage war against police racial profiling 24/7. Dr. King spoke about the three great revolutions: technological, militarism, and human rights. Technology is used against us every day by the media, corporations, and our government in some format. We need to inundate the public with messages of racial inequality and injustice until justice rolls down. We use social media in our struggle for justice, but we can use technology more in the struggle for justice. This billboard campaign is another way to use technology against racial profiling injustice. Just think, if we could put billboards all over addressing racism, poverty, militarism, environmental injustice, mass incarceration, and more. This billboard is one continuous protest, visual to everyone who passed by it. Many people see this billboard and are not aware of racial profiling. They are now. And many others are saying, yes, it's about time someone addressed this problem. This project is not free. As a matter of fact, it's expensive. It costs us about $2,000 per month per billboard. And as Dr. King said, we must make the necessary sacrifices for our freedom. And many others have said, freedom ain't free. So you can donate to the billboard campaign in the following ways, and they're all listed on the bottom of the screen, so I don't have to read them. You can also make donations to Moratorium Now's General Fund, Detroit Will Breathe, or any other group or organization fighting for justice, equality, and freedom from all. What do we want? Justice. When do we want it? Now.
Thank you, Yvonne. Next, we have a cultural performance by poet Shoshana Shakur. She is a local poet here in Detroit, a community activist, and co-chairman of the Malcolm X grassroots movement here in Detroit. Shoshana Shakur.
Revolutionary greetings, Asante Sana, brother. Let me start off by saying I would be derelict in my duties as a revolutionary and an activist if I did not say, first of all, we definitely want to commend the young people in Black Lives Matter, as well as Detroit Will Breathe groups, who's done so much to progress our struggle and liberation. However, when we speak of Dr. King and his legacy, we would be, it would not be proper to not to recognize and remember the people who have carried on his legacy continuously since Dr. King walked this planet. Dr. King was a humanitarian as well as a civil rights activist. And there have been so many people, and like Darnell Summers said, there were some people like Malcolm X who didn't agree with Dr. King's strategy, but they were all fighting for the same goals, for the same objectives. And so many of these people have spent their lives in prison. Some of them are still in prison. So many of these people have died. The streets from Watts to Detroit, Philly, all in between in the 60s. Those brothers and sisters who marched and walked out there and the rebellions that they call riots. This isn't nothing new. There have been people who have lost their lives, like Fred Hampton of the Black Panther Party. The Black Panther Party has done tremendously. And then right here in Detroit, Chaka Fuller at the New Bethel Church, who lost his life fighting for the liberation of the people. We have to remember the League of Revolutionary Black Workers and Jimmy Settles right here. We have our very own Inez, Dr. Gloria House of SNCC, Ron Scott of the Black Panther Party, Chokwe Lumumba. So we have to remember the whole history, not just part of it. And so if you would listen for a moment to the words I prepared. If anyone ever tells you that socialism is bad for America, then you tell them that Dr. King believed in socialism. You tell them that Dr. King fought for socialism for our people. I recently listened to one of Dr. King's most revolutionary speeches, 3 Evils of Society: Race, Poverty, and War/Militarization. And I want to share an excerpt with you today. This is Dr. King. We cry out against welfare handouts to the poor, but generously approve an oil depreciative allowance to make the rich richer. 6 Mississippi plantations receive more than $1 million a year not to plant cotton, but no provision is made to feed the tenant farmer who is put out of work by the government subsidy. The crowning achievement in hypocrisy must go to those staunch Republicans and Democrats of the Midwestern West who were given land by our government when they came here as immigrants from Europe. They were given education through the land grant colleges. They were provided with agricultural agents to keep them abreast of farming trends. They were granted low interest loans to aid in the mechanization of their farms. And now they have succeeded in becoming successful. They are paid not to farm. And these are the same people, the very same people who now say to Black people, whose ancestors were brought to this country in chains and who were emancipated in 1863 without being given land to cultivate or bread to eat, that they must pull themselves up by their own bootstraps. What they truly advocate is socialism for the rich and capitalism for the poor. This is what Dr. King said. So if anyone ever tells you that food stamps and government paid medical insurance are socialist programs, then you tell them that Dr. King believed in socialism. You tell them that Dr. King fought for socialism for our people. If anyone ever tells you that Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and the squad wants to destroy the fabric of this democratic capitalistic nation, then you tell them that they are continuing the work of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. in fighting for our people. You tell them that Dr. King believed in socialism, and you tell them that Dr. King fought for socialism for our people. Then you tell them, we refuse to give welfare and tax breaks and land grabs any longer to the rich, while the middle class must work 2 and 3 jobs to maintain, and the poor class become poorer and poorer by the day. We must all stand up and tell them we believe in Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s socialism, and we will continue to fight for it. Free the land.
Amen, Sister Shoshana. Amen.
Sante.
Our next speaker, thank you. Our next speaker is Sylvia Orduño. She is an organizer with Michigan Welfare Rights Organization and People's Water Board. Sylvia Orduño.
Yes, one sec here. I'm going to experiment with something. I hope it works. So I'm going to actually change my background here with some photos that I want to kind of just show you. So I hope this works. My husband's over here to the side. He's going to kind of try to play with my virtual backgrounds. So first of all, I am honored to be here with you all, and thank you so much for this invitation, MLK Day Detroit Committee. I also want to start that it's especially an honor to be here today with Comrade Thomas, whose work has been just so powerful with the International Longshore and Warehouse Union workers. And I just want to also note that it was actually the work of that union that I got to participate in 2004 when we had a busload of Detroiters go out to DC for the Million Worker March. And that was so powerful, right? To be there with so many other folks from across the country, but to just see the power of how it is that when we organize as workers, you know, the potential to really build across so many lines. And so it also reminds me here locally, you know, that so many of us have also been part of the work of UAW Local 600 and the powerful work and purpose and history, political education that they've really given many of us over the years, especially General Baker and so many other comrades that have come out of that local. And his wife, who is also the president of the National Welfare Rights Union, Marion Kramer. And so it's actually in connection with that work that I want to talk a little bit more about, specific to the issue of water rights and water affordability. And so I am an organizer with Michigan Welfare Rights and an organizer with the People's Water Board Coalition. And so it's in that context that I want to talk to you about what I see has been many of the connections with the work of Dr. King that I'm really appreciative that folks have been uplifting here today, but I think that we need to start looking at more closely in this century now. And so that is about the connection that Dr. King was making between social and economic justice in this context of the human rights to water and sanitation that we all need and deserve, and also that direct connection with the right to housing. And so there's so much that we can be saying about this work in general. And for many of us, we got our understanding of how this isn't just, again, a local issue or state or national, it's an international issue and something that we've really got to start paying more attention to when we're talking about how it is that we align with our international brothers and sisters on these issues where many corporations and capitalism and neoliberalism are trying to actually undermine how it is that the public owns its water systems and how our public waters are part of a commons, right? And instead they're looking at them for what is their value on the market and what is their value in terms of how it is that privatization can help deliver in a new way in which to profit off of the lives of something that belongs to everyone or belongs to no one in some ways when we're talking about the rights of the earth. And so in Detroit, we know that Dr. King has had a long history of connection with the city and the people here. And so one of the quotes that he has said that's actually made me sort of remember much of how he's connected even this idea of water is one of his statements where he was talking about, where he says, no, we are not satisfied and we will not be satisfied until justice rolls down like water and righteousness like a mighty stream. And so already we have that powerful imagery in our head, right? About the power of water itself when we think of floods and tsunamis and tidal waves and how it is that even in these storms, you know, the water backs up in our basements, right? And we're just, again, realize that water controls everything, that we really have no power over water. But yet at the same time, we cannot live without water, being composed largely of water. And that when we're talking about how it is that water has been politicized, how it's been used as an economic weapon against us, we've seen how the fact that many of our communities, many of our public water systems and our private systems have denied water to people who are unable to afford it. And so it's in this context of having to really ground the work of demanding that the rights to water and sanitation are about demanding the rights of the poor, right? That the poor have the right to water and sanitation, whether or not they can afford to pay for it. And so it was in this connection with the National Welfare Rights Organization back in 1967, 1968, when Dr. King was in conversation with leaders of the movement, and they were organizing together the March on Washington. Unfortunately, Dr. King wasn't able to fill that, but it was among this leadership of women across the country who were trying to point out to him these basic needs that people have. And it was leading to the conversations about a universal basic income or a guaranteed income. And today we still have those conversations, and we connect them with this right that people should not be denying anything because they can't afford it. And so in the context of our local water systems, we've been making that case here in Detroit for over 2 decades and saying you cannot deny the basic need of anyone because they cannot afford to pay for it, right? So we've been advancing this concept of a water affordability program. We initiated it back in 2005 in Detroit, and have actually been fought every step of the way by local government. We've tried pushing it at the state level, the national level, and even had to bring in some United Nations rapporteurs in 2014 to try to sort of mobilize people around this concept of human rights, but also is necessary to shame our local officials who are denying people the right to have water and sanitation. And it worked, at least for a short period it worked, right? We got the responses that we need. We've got the national, international visibility that we needed to highlight this issue. But we know that in the United States, this is a problem that cuts across every community, right? It's not visible because our pipes are underground. It's not something like you might see with environmental justice. And I'm so glad that Teresa was on here too, talking about the pollution and all of the toxic air that folks live in when they're near refineries or other kinds of chemical plants, or the soil where we've got brownfields where our soil has been polluted. It's different when we're talking about something that we don't necessarily get to see under our streets or under our yards. We see it when it comes out of our pipe if it's discolored, but we also know that there's lots of things happening in the drinking water that we can't see. But it's even worse so when you have nothing coming out of the tap at all. And so as we're talking about how it is that we continue these fights against racism and the narratives that perpetuate the kind of blaming of the poor, it's important for us to keep noting how it is that what it is that Dr. King was really talking about were these universal rights that we have, right? And while we were talking during his time in the language of civil rights and even economic rights, we've been pushing that in the years since to talk, or the decades since, to talk about human rights, right? What is it that we have that's beyond what will be granted to us in sort of some kind of law or civil liberties that we might have to fight for or organize around, or even economic rights based on what we can afford to pay. We've got to talk even beyond that in terms of our human rights. What is it that we have a right to and deserve to have because we are human beings that will die without the basics of life, right? And that goes across our water, sanitation, food, medical, housing, so on and so on. All those things we know that are constantly monetized away from us. And so as we're talking even in that sense, we have to be broader about how as we talk about the rights of the earth. And so delighted again to be able to talk about this here. And I'm really moved by the work, especially that Detroit Will Breathe has really done in terms of mobilizing so many communities over this past year. So thank you.
Thank you.
With that, I'd like to turn it over to Aurora to pick up the torch on hosting. Thank you, everybody. And thank you, Sylvia.
Aurora, you need to unmute. Oh, we can't hear you. You're unmuted, but the microphone isn't working. So I will go ahead and introduce the next speaker while you figure out your audio situation there. Sorry about that. Our next speaker is Tristan Taylor. Tristan is a founder and leader of Detroit Will Breathe and a longtime activist in the struggle for quality housing for all. Thank you, Tristan, for being with us today.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate all of the contributions that have been made so far, and really look forward to MLK Day every year, because it ought to be a time where we get to really reflect on the struggles that have taken place, and to do our best to use that as a lighting post to shape the struggles that we currently face. So I will be very brief, but I just want to read a quote from King that is not well known. It's a statement that he gave at a retreat, and I'm not, it's not the whole statement, but just a little bit of it. King talks about in this statement how the civil rights movement and the young people really broke the back of that was a byproduct of McCarthyism. And one thing that is really interesting to note, and I'll read it now, this is his quote. He says that it is ironic that today, so many educators and sociologists are seeking new methods to instill middle-class values in Negro youth as the ideal in social development. It was precisely when young Negroes threw off their middle-class values that they made a historic social contribution. They abandoned those values when they put careers and wealth in a secondary role, when they cheerfully became jailbirds and troublemakers. When they took off their Brooks Brothers attire and put on overalls to work in the isolated rural South, they challenged and inspired white youth to emulate them. Many left school not to abandon learning, but to seek it in more direct ways. They were constructive school dropouts, strengthening society and themselves. And the reason why I read that is because too often the way we think about the contributions that were made to the civil rights movement is this pinnacle expression of middle-class life. And so often how that affects the way we view housing is we believe that the way to solve housing for poor people is just to create mechanisms for them to be able to aspire to be middle class. The problem with that is that capitalism is a system that is built on exploitation, and that until we have the means of production and what they produce in control of society, we are always going to be in a situation where poor people won't have what they need, not because they're not industrious enough, but because that's the way exploitation works. And that's what happens when you have resources that are divided not on the basis of need, but on the basis of profit. And so in the city of Detroit, we have to be taking seriously the fight for housing for all, which has to include raising the need for public housing that is accessible and available to poor people, instead of trying to solve the housing crisis through individual private means. And this is, again, not a way to get freedom. This is not the legacy of the civil rights movement or a king who said that it was when Black youth abandoned their middle class values that they made a real contribution to society. So instead of trying to emulate success on the basis that capitalism tells us what's successful, we ought to be fighting for a world that makes sure that water and housing and food and accessibility are guaranteed rights that we make sure everyone has, regardless of what they can contribute according to the capitalist mode of value. And so I just want to make sure, because too often we've seen leaders who speak on behalf of the tradition of the civil rights movement in really nice suits, driving really nice cars, that our task to to relive the dream of the civil rights movement is to align ourselves with people who don't have our interests at heart, like the Democrats or Joe Biden. And so let's make sure that we continue to fight for real equality in the real tradition of King. And that includes a rejection of the way this value system of capitalism tells us who deserves what and how things are to be distributed. So thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Tristan, for your pointed words. Our next speaker is a poet, Wardell Montgomery. He has 2 short poems. One he's going to read, and then the other one will be a video of one of his poems.
Wardell, if you're on, since you're on the phone, if you're muted, I believe it's *6 to unmute.
Okay. Do I start over?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. Well, thank you so much, the committee, the Martin Luther King Day Committee. And I really appreciate being a part of this event. The poem I'm going to do starts with a Bible quote, John 8:32. And you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free. Please don't take my Jesus away from me. I want to learn about math. Beg your pardon? Oh, are you hearing me all right?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Please don't take my Jesus away from me. I want to learn about math, history, science, and technology, and live the golden rule. Please don't take my Jesus away from me. Ancient history predates the Holy Bible. That's what science has to say. Encyclopedia, internet, and the Learning Channel have a different story today. Bible scholars say the world is only 6,000 years old. 4.6 billion years is the story that science and history has told. I want to be kind. I want to be smart. I will keep science in my brain. I'll keep God in my heart. I want the truth to set me free. Please don't take my Jesus away from me. According to science, modern man and woman were created over 200,000 years ago in Africa. And 100,000 years ago in Ethiopia was an advanced ancient civilization. Great to know. A Detroit preacher told me, people who take the Bible literally don't take it seriously, and people who take the Bible seriously don't take it literally. I want to be kind. I want to be smart. I will keep science in my brain. I'll keep God in my heart. I want the truth to set me free. Please don't take my Jesus away from me. Myths and metaphors are what I find in the Bible. Encyclopedia with science and history are its rival. Try a search for Bible characters in the encyclopedia. It may send you back to the Bible or other church media. I want to be kind. I want to be smart. I will keep science in my brain. I'll keep God in my heart. I want the truth to set me free. Please don't take my Jesus away from me.
Thank you, Wardell. Next is the video.
All right, you're welcome.
Yeah. What is it good for?
of war. The creatures prayed for peace. World leaders gave us war. The voters voted for peace. World leaders gave us war. The beggars begged for peace. World leaders gave us war. Poets penned poems promoting peace. World leaders gave us war. Singers sung songs about peace. World leaders gave us war. Students had to read a thick book, War and Peace. World leaders gave us war. Some parents led an example of peace. World leaders gave us war. For thousands of years, activists worked for peace. World leaders gave us war. History tells us that rare is peace. World leaders gave us war. Starving people are hungry for peace. World leaders gave us war. Sick people prayed for a healing of peace. World leaders gave us war. Kind, rich people donated millions for peace. World leaders gave us war. Educated people wrote a treaty for peace. World leaders gave us war. A few legislators wrote a policy of peace. World leaders gave us war. Merciful little dying children cried out for peace. World leaders gave us war. Senile seniors who forgot everything but wanted peace. World leaders gave us war. Birds, animals, plants, and even the rocks cried out for peace. World leaders gave us war. I go to sleep dreaming of a world festival of peace. World leaders gave us war. If this sounds like a broken record, I pray this record would be broken.
What is it good for? Absolutely. Listen to me.
Thank you, Wardell. That was Wardell Montgomery. Wardell was a co-founder of Horizons in Poetry with another fellow poet, Ron Allen, and he's well known in our communities as Detroit's urban folk poet who has been writing and reading for over 60 years. Thank you again, Wardell. Our next speaker is Jesus Rodriguez. Jesus Rodriguez Espinoza is an expert in international relations, Venezuelan politics, and communication. He served for several years as Consul General of Venezuela in Chicago in the United States. And prior to that, he was part of the foundational editorial team of the website aparea.org. He is the founder and editor of the Venezuelan progressive website Orinoco Tribune. Jesus, do we have a statement from Jesus?
Hi everyone, my name is Jesus Rodriguez. I'm the editor of OrinocoTribune.com. Thank you for inviting me. I want to send all my appreciation to the good people of Detroit and Michigan and congratulate for the wonderful organization of this Martin Luther King Day for 2021 and for the recent victories in the clean water catastrophe. I'm going to talk very briefly about what happened in Venezuela in 2020 and the prospects for 2021. But first, I want to talk a little bit about the consequences of the U.S. blockades. So basically, the most important ones are the tens of billions of dollars in losses. Besides the cease of access and bank accounts abroad, we are talking about $106 billion in lost income. That's the last figure that President Maduro gave a few days ago in his annual address to the nation. We have experienced a hard deterioration in public services, utilities. I'm talking about gas cylinders for cooking, for home cooking, and gasoline, water, electricity, internet, you name it. All the services have been heavily affected by the U.S. blockade. We have also experienced terrible deterioration of wages in the country to the lack of income in the government due to sanctions against PDVSA, which is the main producer of money for Venezuela. So those are the most terrible consequences affecting millions of Venezuelans. I'm gonna right now very briefly talk about what happened in 2020. The year started with the election of the board of the National Assembly, the old National Assembly, in which Guaido was not chosen president. And disregarding what you hear or read in mainstream media, he was not chosen as president, and he jumped the fence of the National Assembly to create a circus around the whole situation and present himself like a victim or something. And in a incident very similar to what happened in the U.S. a few days ago with the right wingers, Trump supporters, also jumping the Capitol forcing them into the Capitol building because they do not accept the results, the democratic results, as usually right wingers do. So that's the first incident that marked the 2020 year. After that, the government initiated a great strategy of unveiling the corruption surrounding Guaido and his clan and promoting a deeper fragmentation in anti-Chavista forces in the country. In May, the Venezuelan people gave a great defeat against a mercenary incursion in Macuto and Chuao in Venezuela with Venezuelan mercenaries and U.S. mercenaries, and all of them were captured. Some of them were shot dead. But most of them are in jail at this moment, and that was the result of mostly of the militia, which is the people in arms in Venezuela. So that was a very important moment for in Venezuela this year, and give us a lot of encouragement. There was also we have to mention the heroic battle that we have been given against COVID-19 in Venezuela. And if you ask me, President Maduro is the blame for that great achievement with the help of Cuba, China, and Russia. And right now we can show a 39 deaths per million inhabitants rate, which is nothing if you compare it with 1,210 deaths per million inhabitants in the U.S. We also, we closed the year with a victory in the 60 parliamentary elections in which Chavista forces gained the majority of the seats in the National Assembly, which give us a lot of strength and oxygen to try to achieve more positive results in 2021. We expect to recover the economy a little bit, at least, to recover some of the assets abroad and bank accounts that has been seized abroad, and circumvent U.S. sanctions. We need to put Guaido and his gang in jail. We need to improve public services, and we need to battle to strengthen the communal power. For that, the National Assembly has indicated that they will approve the communal city law, which is a very key piece in the whole communal power framework in Venezuela. Thank you for inviting me again, and sorry for the velocity of my speech. And please follow us on orinocotribune.com. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you. Our next speaker. Thank you. Our next speaker. Can you hear me clearly now? Our next speaker is Jorge Parra and Carlos Trujillo, former auto workers. Jorge Parra and Carlos Trujillo are the leaders of a group of injured workers fired from jobs by General Motors at its assembly plant in Bogota, Colombia. They and their supporters have been encamped 24/7 in front of the U.S. Embassy in Bogota, Colombia for over 9 years. They're demanding justice for themselves and helping win victories for numerous other injured workers illegally fired by GM, and are grateful for support from Detroit. Let's welcome Jorge Parra and Carlos Trujillo.
Hi, brothers and sisters. The legacy of Martin Luther King lives in the solidarity that urges us forward to take and stand toward with those who are seeking freedom. On this Martin Luther King Day, from our tent in Bogota, Colombia, we want to thank all of those who have stood with us in solidarity. We are auto workers from the General Motors assembly plant in Colombia. We develop permanent injuries from our jobs. The long hours, heavy lifting, fat space, and antiquated line means that many workers are developing injuries. Instead of fixing the line, GM shredded the system, finding ways to get out of legal requirement and dismiss injured workers. We are studying up to GM. Many of have stood with us. We wish to improve the situation in Colombia, which is why we are defending our sacred right to dignified work. We do not want to see General Motors cut corner in the use and implement the labor conditions that left us and all of our co-workers injured. We know two GM stores in the American workers that they have to accept concessions in order to be competitive. That is why it is so important for workers to stand together in solidarity and unity to tell General Motors and the other auto companies that workers are not disponible for all have us to stand together on the side of freedom and human rights. Thank you, brothers and sisters. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Detroit.
Thank you. Jorge Parra, Carlos Trujillo, and Jesus Rodriguez. Muchas gracias from Detroit. And now we're going to turn it over to our next section with Abiomi. He's going to introduce our next poet or musician.
Thank you so much, Aurora. And it was really an honor and a pleasure to hear from the people of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela and Colombia, our brothers and sisters in South America and Latin America. Our next contribution will be from Detroit Blue, The Compassion of the Random Abstract. This is a video.
Greetings, peace to the world. My name is Ether Detroit Blue. I'll be singing a rendition of a George Gershwin classic I'm sure you'll recognize once I get to singing. If not, it'll be a treat for the first time. And happy Martin Luther King Jr. Day. And I hope you enjoy. You can reach me and see and hear more of my music, art, and poetry on ascendedvisions.com. That's ascendedvisions.com.
Ascended Visions Radio. Ascended Visions Radio.
Ascended Visions Radio.
you cry. One of these mornings, gonna rise up singing. Spread your wings and take to the sky. But until that morning, ain't nothing gonna harm you. Your mommy and daddy right there by your side.
Thank you so much. Detroit Blue.
Thank you very much. Hope you enjoyed
Thank
that.
you so much. Yeah, it's of course reminiscent of the open air concerts that we used to love here in Detroit. We didn't have them in 2020. Hopefully 2021, if not 2022. And next up, we have Monica Lewis Patrick. And Monica is an educator, entrepreneur, human rights activist, and advocate. She has served as the president and CEO of the We the People of Detroit since 2016. Lewis Patrick is known throughout the environmental justice community as the water warrior. She's actively engaged in the struggle for access to safe, affordable water for all under-resourced communities. Monica.
Thank you so much, Abiome. And thank you so much to the committee for just continuing to push forward in terms of celebrating not only the life, but the legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. It's an honor and privilege to be here with all of you, very excited about the days ahead. We're not afraid of what we're seeing happen because we've been living this existence since we arrived here on these shores. But the piece that I wanted to talk about today, and I'll be brief, is to really highlight Dr. King made a statement. He said that the hottest place in hell is reserved for those that would sit idly by in the time of peril and say and do nothing. And so it has not been those that oppose us very verbally and with a lot of passion and energy. It has been those moderates that have sit silent in those courtrooms and in those legislative rooms and in those business offices and suites that have allowed these atrocities to continue to this day. And so within the work that we do at We the People of Detroit, along with water justice activists from the city and across the state and the nation, we have some actions for you today. One of those actions has been placed in the chat, and I'm encouraging everyone that is on this webinar and those that may listen later to please join us in signing the Water Affordability Pledge. What this pledge does is it supports the idea that all families, all people deserve the human right to water. It also opposes the privatization of water. It also demands that there must be a pathway for low income and no income earners to be able to access this life-sustaining source. So we're asking all of you to join us in that pledge. The second thing that I would ask is that as we're coaching upon the revisions of the City of Detroit's charter, there has been an amazing group of work, people that have come together to do work to advance this idea in the City of Detroit. And so we'd like to thank the work of Pro Tem Sheffield and also the work of Council Member Lopez. They have been a part of leading a table of activists and revolutionary thinkers that are not only coming up with ideas that will advance the city, but really set a pace for the nation. And so you see and you hear things like dismantling surveillance and making sure that safety is not just over policing. But then the other part of that is that they also understand that part of bringing about a quality of life is not just defunding the police, but funding good quality policies like an affordable water policy. And so with that idea, what we've joined with so many others is to move this forward. And so we're asking all of you to share with us, and I will share this information in the chat, to advance the revisions within the charter that would codify the human right to water, that would ensure that all Detroiters have clean, safe, and affordable water, that would ensure that there would be no cutoffs. And let's be clear, the mayor didn't promise a moratorium, he gave us a pinky swear. Where those of us that understand this fight know that a pinky swear won't hold up in court, that you can't take a pinky swear down to DWSD. So I'm asking you to push this mayor and make sure that within the next couple of weeks and days, that we force him to codify the human right to water by ensuring that Detroiters can afford their water. We know that water rates have gone up over 438% in the last 20 years. That's unaffordable. We know that as our water was being turned off, others' water was being turned on. That's inhumane. And what we know is that Dr. King talked about this verse that he quoted from Amos that said, let justice roll down like water and righteousness like a mighty stream. Well, the only way that we will have justice rolling down like water is when Black folks have water. And the only way that we will see righteousness like a mighty stream is when we see righteousness displayed in the policies that are being perpetuated all across this city, this state, and this nation. So I applaud all of you for being part of this revolutionary work, but I'm asking you to help all of us make sure that the human right to water is codified in the city charter for the city of Detroit. And so sign up, make sure you're taking the pledge. We have so much work to do, but I'm honored to do it with all of you.
Thank you so much, Sister Monica Lewis Patrick, President and CEO of We the People of Detroit. Next, we have another important struggle, one that we have been in solidarity with for many months, and that is the struggle that is taking place in the area that is known as British Columbia. We have Slato, who is a spokesperson for the Getametten checkpoint on the Wet'suwet'en territory. Welcome to MLK Day Detroit.
Hadi saya Slato Sydney, Martin Luther King Jr. I hold the name Slato in Cassia House, which is within the Getametten clan of the Wet'suwet'en Nation. Thank you for having me today. I'm so honored to be included amongst all these amazing speakers and artists to celebrate Martin Luther King Jr. today. I'm a spokesperson for the Getametten land reoccupation in so-called northern BC, Canada, and we're fighting to protect our lands from a fracked gas pipeline, Coastal GasLink. CGL is a pipeline owned by TC Energy and funded mostly by KKR and AIMCO. We've experienced militarized raids the last 2 years in a row, where police brought emergency response teams, sniper rifles, attack dogs, and lethal overwatch to fight us and remove us from our own lands. They've attacked nonviolent people on our territories because we are taking back our land and defending our lands according to Wet'suwet'en laws. We've reoccupied a section of territory called Llodispin for the last 2 years, and other clans like the Unistoten have reoccupied their territories for the last 10 years, and Laksamasu clan has built a village on their territory within the past year and a half or so. As sovereign Indigenous peoples, we are actively and purposefully living out our freedom, our governance, and our hopes and dreams for our people. Central to our freedom and our liberation is that we have to have intact lands in order to live as Wet'suwet'en people. We know racial injustice in so-called Canada. We experience police brutality and repression because we are attempting to be Wet'suwet'en and live by Wet'suwet'en laws. British Columbia and Canada exist and profit because Indigenous people are racialized and repressed. We continue to be harassed and surveilled by police and private industry companies on a daily basis within our territories. We continue to face the threat of police or militarized violence for simply existing as Wet'suwet'en. If we were allowed to live as Indigenous people, if we were considered fully human enough to keep our lands and governance, we would not have seen residential schools, reserves, and the Indian Act. We would not face the threat of violence by local white supremacists, industrial projects that would destroy our last clean drinking water and vital food sources, or jail time for following our own laws. We still live in a world where our people are 5 times more likely to be murdered than white women when we only make up less than 5% of the population, where our people live in remote communities with no clean drinking water, where the police murder our young men without consequence, and where the majority of Canadian people allow a foreign state to occupy our lands and waters because they don't recognize us as sovereign nations. Martin Luther King, in his 1963 address, talked about how 100 years had passed and Black people continued to experience racial injustice. He talked about how slowly things had changed and that people were not willing to tolerate massive injustices any longer. 58 years later, in so-called Canada, we echo that sentiment. In 100 years, nothing has changed. The state continues with the same colonial and racist agenda to eradicate Indigenous people from the land. Cloaked in the language of reconciliation, they attempt to dangle trinkets before us and promise equality in self-governance and self-determination. But we don't want equality within their system. We want land back. We want justice. We don't want to be assimilated into the Canadian Constitution. We have our own Constitution, our own laws, Anaknuaten. We don't want to have self-determination over reserved lands. We want to govern our 22,000 square kilometers of sovereign territory as we see fit, guided by the laws that helped us live sustainably for thousands of years. We don't want what they're offering, because it's still deeply rooted in the racist ideologies of Canada and the United States of America and what they're founded on. The racist premise that we are not human enough to have our own laws, our own governance, the ability to make decisions for ourselves, that we are not sovereign nations and therefore we cannot own land. As long as Black people in America continue to be brutalized and killed by police, as long as the American and Canadian states ignore the humanity of BIPOC communities, as long as the police show up by the masses to attack BIPOC communities while showing up to protect white people's protests, as long as industry and big corporate interests come before the lives of BIPOC people, we must continue to fight for freedom. We know that as long as racial oppression and a society founded on the oppression of our peoples stands, we will never be free. We know that this vision of hope cannot be the American dream or the Canadian dream. We've moved past that. We know that the American dream will never let us in because it is not designed for us. It is designed for white people, or those who can pass for whitish, to stand on our backs and live the dream. For sure, some people will make it, but only so that the rest of us can wonder why we didn't make it. Then we'll find some reason within us for our failure, instead of looking at the system that forces us to fail. Well, I reject it. I say, let's envision what justice actually looks like for Indigenous and Black people. To me, it looks like a society that recognizes how these countries came to be, recognizes sovereign nations, and takes a hard look at the way we live our lives and the way we spend our time. We need to take this industrialized colonial way of life and all the expectations and norms that it's developed and give those a hard shake. Shake it all out until we can see what's most important to us. Modern society is meant to distract us from the real things that help us survive as human beings: food, water, family, community. When I wake up with my family on the Yinta, surrounded by the wild, real world, I'm reminded of the sacrifices that my ancestors made so that I could be alive today. And I take my responsibility to my family, my community, and the world very seriously. Reflect on the pace of change we are currently living. The Black Lives Matter movement, the Abolish the Police movement, the Land Back movement. We have made massive, massive accomplishments through the brilliance and sacrifice of our communities. Let's celebrate those victories and build on our accomplishments, strengthen them, keep moving them forward, strategize, plan. The world is waking up to the injustices embedded within the American and Canadian states and their repressive regimes, and people are joining us in our demand for justice. We are joining together because we see that in order to live in a just world, we cannot accept racism, colonization, patriarchy, and all the other repressive regimes existing today in our communities. So I'm going to ask you to take a minute to feel what that would feel like. What does freedom, real freedom and liberation feel like in your bones? Take a minute. What is it like there? Because your most ancient ancestors know what freedom and justice feel like. What does it feel like? Now fight like hell for that freedom and keep the dream alive. Awatsa, Masai, thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. And you have our unconditional solidarity and support here in the city of Detroit. Thank you once again. And next, we have musician Dave Townyes, who will provide us with a contribution. And after that, Sarah will be your next facilitator.
Okay, let's see. I don't know, can anybody hear me?
Yeah, you're on.
Yeah, you're clear.
Awesome. No, I just first wanted to say that I'm so honored to get to be a part of an event like this, and just listening to everybody's contributions has been really inspiring. I want to keep my comments brief, mainly because so many things have already been said so much more eloquently than I'm going to be able to put them. I guess if there's anything that I really have to say before I get started, it's more of a message to any white people listening who kind of fancy themselves as allies, because as we've heard from many of our speakers today, and as Dr. King wrote and spoke about, one of the largest hurdles to making real change in the world is the complacency of white moderates and of people who maybe voted for Biden and now just think as soon as he's inaugurated, they can stop paying attention. And that's just clearly not the case. I hope that if you're listening and you fall into that category, that you remember that this is not done yet. You have to remain engaged, and you have to continue listening to the people of color around you when they are telling you these life experiences that are different than yours. You can't just write this off, and you have to remain uncomfortable. So this is a song that when I play it, depending on who I play it for, it makes people very uncomfortable. I've noticed it primarily makes, when I play it for white audiences, uncomfortable, because it is a song about acknowledging that there is a lot wrong with America. And I'm from a very small town in rural Illinois, very isolated from anything else, right? It kind of gets to live in this insular bubble where America is the greatest country in the world, right? Everyone looks like them, and they can't understand what any struggle of somebody who doesn't look like them is like, because they don't see it. And you play songs about how this isn't the greatest place, and they don't like that, but that's the truth. If I play it anytime for audiences of color, they get it because that's their reality. And I'm trying to empathize and try to take that message maybe through a vehicle that looks like, for me, I look like the people back home, and maybe I can get them to listen a little bit more. So this is a song I wrote last election. I wrote it the day after Trump got elected, in a pit of despair, when I really truly felt I could not be more ashamed to wake up, look around, and have to acknowledge that this is in fact my country. But that again speaks to my privilege, because for so many people, that wasn't a surprise to wake up to that America. That was the America that so many people know. It's like, it is irritating when people say like, oh, well, this isn't us. It's like, this is us. We have to change it. But right now, this is us, and we have to fight every day to make sure that's not the case. So this is a song called USA, I Give Up on You. And it's meant to be hopeful in a way, I guess. But we'll have to see. Think back, if you will, for a moment, to the last time that you were afraid, to a time when a true mortal terror consumed every hour of your day. Were they coming to deport your family, take your loved ones and send them away? Or were you just concerned that you'd have to learn how your brand new neighbors pray? And I hate that this ain't nothing new, just a day under red, white, and blue. The last piece of pride inside me has died, and I don't know what to do. USA, I give up on you. Remember, for me, if you're able, a hatred directed at you because of your creed or your color, who you love, or what you do with your womb. Were you scared to walk home from your high school? Do you feel fear walking in a restroom? Or are you just upset 'cause you see a threat on a cake topped with 2 grooms? And I hate that this ain't nothing new, just a day under red, white, and blue. The last piece of pride inside me has died, and I don't know what to do. USA, I give up on you. Recall, if you can, the first instant you knew that the danger was real. And regardless your station or stature, all they see is some thug who will steal. Does your heart race when you hear hear a siren? Do you get anxious with nothing concealed? Or do you just complain no one feels your pain when people die to have your deal? 'Cause I hate that this ain't nothing new, just a day under red, white, and blue. The last piece of pride inside me has died, and I don't know what to do. USA, I give up on you. USA, I give up on you. USA, I give up on you. I feel like I always have to follow that song up by saying it gives me no pleasure to play a song like that. And the objective of the song is not to be enjoyable. And I really, in my heart, want to believe that there is good and hope in getting to be a part of an event like this, where I see so many people who are so dedicated to making this a better country. Makes me feel like I need to retract some of the sentiment in a song like that. But I think that one of the key parts of loving your country and loving the society you live in is acknowledging when things are very, very wrong with it. And if you are not capable of a more nuanced view of your country, where you can look at it and say, this is flawed, this is messed up, we have to fix it, then it will never get better. So I sing that song as someone who loves America and really does want it to be great. And hopefully through collaboration with so many just wonderful people like yourselves, we can get there. So I want to thank all of the organizers for putting together such an incredible event. I want to thank all of the performers and activists and speakers. This has been such a pleasure to get to listen to all of you, and I'm going to turn it back over, I believe, to Sarah.
Thank you, Dave, for your song and your words. Yeah, so we were going to have Asar, Hakeem Littleton's uncle, speak. I'm not sure if him or a family member is going to speak at this moment. Okay, so unfortunately that is not going to happen. Right now I'm going to introduce again, we'll have Abayomi Azikiwe, and he's going to address the international situation.
Thank you once again, Sarah. In my earlier comments, I talked about the domestic situation, the legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., his fight against desegregation, his fight against segregation for desegregation, his fight for full equality, for housing, a guaranteed annual income. He also was an internationalist. One key aspect of the failure of the January 6th coup was the lack of support among the highest levels of the military and intelligence structures in the United States. Although the Trump administration prodded the generals, the intelligence directors, the state politicians, and the leaders of the Senate, including Vice President Mike Pence, to engage in the attempted overthrow of the electoral will of the people, these forces did not feel compelled to engage in a dictatorial solution to the contemporary crisis of racial capitalism and imperialism. This is not to say that under a different set of circumstances, such a coup would not gain the allegiance of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the leading political officials, the bureaucrats, the directors of intelligence agencies, and so forth. In all likelihood, only the masses of people properly organized and mobilized could be in a social position to reverse another attempted right-wing coup through the use of general strikes, school boycotts, and direct action. Consequently, our objectives are to enhance the capacity of working people, the nationally oppressed peoples, and other popular sectors of the population to guard against the advent of fascism, and for the acquisition of genuine democracy and full social emancipation. During the last year of Dr. King's life, he took a firm position in opposition to the U.S. genocidal war in Vietnam. King linked the struggle against imperialist war abroad with the need to eradicate poverty, institutional racism inside the United States. Such a view in 1967 and 1968, as well as in 2021 today, places anyone taking such a position at loggerheads with the ruling class. Nonetheless, we know that the actual enemies of the masses of people in the United States are in Washington, D.C. They are on Wall Street. They are in other areas where the exploitation and repression of the majority remains in force. The peoples of Africa, Asia, Latin America, the Caribbean, the First Nations and indigenous peoples of the world are not the inherent adversaries of the working class and nationally oppressed. In fact, the working and struggling masses of the world are the natural allies of the people with all throughout the world. Therefore, we must be forthright in our solidarity with the peoples of various nations, whether it be in Palestine, the Western Sahara, in Yemen, in Zimbabwe, in Cuba, in Venezuela, and other oppressed and struggling nations throughout the globe. The total liberation of these geopolitical regions will assist in the efforts of the people inside the U.S. in their struggle to win genuine freedom and self-determination. Let us continue our fight to prevail over the forces of racism and reaction in the United States and globally. The securing of a federal holiday in honor of Dr. King some 35 years ago was not an end of itself. These concessions from the ruling class must be utilized to push the movement towards newer heights of achievement. We salute all the organizers in the city of Detroit, the state of Michigan, nationally and internationally. We will continue to march towards the objectives of eliminating all forms of injustice and oppression in our lifetimes and for future generations to come. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Abayomi. All right. So that is the end of our speaking, performing section of our event. Next is our cultural program, and I understand if people watching have to go, but YouTube link will be on forever. Aurora Harris is one of the poets. There's several poets, and I'll be performing, and the first poet to perform is Brittany Ward. Brittany Ward is born and raised in Detroit. She is a spoken word poet I don't know what pronouns you use. Brittany Ward is a spoken word poet that curates experiences through the lens of social justice, generational healing, ancestral reverence, and culture.
Peace is Ashe to the ancestors of whose shoulders I stand on to carry out this work. Gratitude to those that have spoke before me. I've learned a lot. Listening to everyone's words. Today I have spoken word that I actually wrote last night called America's Nightmare. Martin Luther King had a dream, but America created his nightmare. Because these dreams wouldn't exist without your actions permeating his subconscious. Dear America, you are the curator of this system painted in white supremacy. So stop hanging your peaceful versions when Dr. King was fighting for revolution and radical democracy, calling out your isms of capital and military, organizing campaigns for economic equity, criticizing your values and your Christianity. Ironically, his dream was your nightmare, so you killed him and made it look like you weren't there. But we all know the truth. And that is the weight of this legacy. to destroy your exhibits of exceptionalism and reveal your basic bigotry, to build a reality that not only exists in dreams, but communities that you keep gentrifying, to cause chaos in the same streets my brothers and sisters keep dying. So yeah, Martin Luther King had a dream, but his legacy is your nightmare. Our lullabies are our chants and our breaths. Breathe life into everything you fear. Thank you.
Thank you. Right on.
Thank you, Brittany.
Jay.
Our next poet is One Single Rose, Rosemary Wilson, AKA One Single Rose. She is an award-winning poet and playwright, spoken word artist, singer, actress, and filmmaker from Detroit. She can be found at www.onesinglerose.com, and she was the first Motown Mike spoken word contest winner. Let's welcome One Single Rose.
Good afternoon, beautiful people. Thank you guys so much for having me to share a few words today. It is indeed an honor and a privilege. So I'm going to share a piece with you entitled Black Lives Matter. Ropes from which ancestors hung are now attached to hands, knees, and itchy trigger fingers of supremacists and boys and girls in blue who took oaths to serve and protect all civilians, regardless of race, color, or creed. They fear Black, though, shaking in their boots during traffic stops, hiding behind shields, directives, 38s, or Glocks, using live bodies for target practice. Trained peace officers and the ignorant increased body counts nationwide, shooting first, asking pertinent questions later, diminishing one group's classification into 16 letters of the alphabet, connected behind two vertical lines that link with two on the horizon. But we can't see the sun. There's too much darkness in our background. Survivors show reverence for the dearly departed with pound signs in cyberspace, or by marching on city streets stained with their brothers and sisters' blood. The same way villagers mourn their kin in deserts of Alkebulan, and slaves sang redemption songs on red clay roads and cotton fields down south. Not much has changed in Black history. Symbols precede names remembered from the past, while the struggle continues, adding more in the present. We sing songs from the 1900s that are still applicable in the millennium. Deep in my heart, I do believe we shall overcome someday. And we will, as soon as all Black lives matter, with the phrase receiving a dishonorable discharge for early retirement. One single rose, no stem. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, One Single Rose. And our next poet is Excalibur DeOman. He is a published poet and rapper from New Orleans, but he used to live here in Detroit. So let's welcome Excalibur DeOman.
Hey, thanks for having me, Aurora. I got a poem that I wrote about Barack Obama. The reason why I chose that today is obviously Barack Obama was the first Black president, but a lot of people think King would have been first had he lived. You know, he got assassinated 40 years before Barack was the first Black president. So just that correlation. I also made a rap, Martin Luther King's Revenge. That's coming up next. This is the Grand of Obama. If Obama was the food stamp president, then Trump was the toilet paper president, the inauguration, slander with no apology, the domestic terror policy, Muslim and Mexican immigration, Middle Eastern wars, White House breaches, volcanic ash beaches, grandfather clauses, birth certificate on demand, cigarette misuse, black and white issues, marriage is now a man and a man, murders of black men, presidential mulatto, American Gestapo, missing white women, one Negro octave, lower unemployment, lower deployment, a curbed failing grade. Be more careful. Damn close to DC. Not much to say about Freddie Gray. Encaged African gray, singing praise songs. Can we all just get along? Displaying no rage. The invisible butler. The cleanup man, a mouse, but still bringing down the White House. Black Russian. Every now and again, I have an urge to enjoy a cocktail or listen to a profanity-laden song. Is this sin? Am I wrong? I am no Osama bin Laden. Will I go to hell for a good time in this otherwise wretched world, lacking wisdom? Eric Snowden's in Moscow, NSA or KGB, Putin planning Olympic takeover, Sochi style. Were not the Boston bombers white Russians? I have a Malaysian air hangover. I've been drinking Cold War Caucasians all night. Whole white milk, vodka, and crushed ice. This morning news, my guts are disturbed. Where in the hell is my tea party? I'm sick. I need medicinal legal brewed herbs. Damn it, just call President or blame him to mine us with another speech. Obamacare just shipwrecked. I swear there's a floating tank on the beach. But the beachcombers didn't budge. All law is the Supreme Court judge. Thank you.
Niggas forget that King had kids doing bids for sit-ins. It's civil disobedience. The difference between non-violence and self-defense. Nigga, best offense is a strong defense. It's a bloodbath on MLK.
You know what I'm saying, man? You know why Martin Luther King stood for non-violence.
It's a bloodbath on MLK.
And I don't give a fuck where you in America. If you're on Martin Luther King Boulevard, there's some violence going down.
I'm trying to turn down the computer. Do we have Sarah up? Hi, do we have Sarah up?
Yes, I'm right here.
Okay, are you doing a musical selection?
I am. I'm ready to go. Can you all hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so
we have a video playing right now.
Is it? Oh, I don't know that it's still playing. It might be lagged.
No, it's over.
Yeah. Okay. So this song is called "Fight Fascism." I wrote it also. Well, maybe not the day after Trump was inaugurated, but I wrote it sometime after Trump was inaugurated, and it feels pretty, well, not cool maybe, but it feels good in a way to play it. Hopefully soon that he'll be leaving. So yeah, if everyone could mute, that'd be cool. Sorry, that's my little artist ego there. Here we go. This is Fight Fascism. 1984. Three people a day last year were killed by the police state. Those who are dead are predominantly poor, black, brown, and red. Fascism's in our face, saying it's again going to make America great. Rooted in genocide, paranoid policy, racism failing to hide. Since 1492, now 2017. Get sick and tired of the way things are going. Bigoted creeps in the streets gather to march and to speak, hateful flags and faces showing. Stop them in their tracks, make them go back to the shadows from which they came. We must unite, stand up and fight, make racists afraid again. Peace is war, Orwell in 1984. Since 1492, now 2021. That's the cliffhanger ending there, y'all. All right, I believe Aurora, you are up.
Thank you, Sarah,
Thank you.
and all the poets. One Single Rose, Brittany, Excalibur, all of the poets, Wardell, the musicians, all of the speakers today. I'd like to thank all the MLK committee, everyone who has joined us today. Detroit Will Breathe, everyone who has just taken time, all of our technicians, our sound people, to help us make our first Zoom Detroit MLK Day possible today and a success. I'm going to close us out with a poem that I wrote from working with We the People of Detroit. I'm one of the co-founders on the water effort, and this is called In the Pandemic. In the pandemic, when I am out in my city, cases of water on my shoulders, all masked and gloved up, delivering water to families who are victims of water shutoff. Sometimes it wears on me so heavy. I can hear the ancestors, thousands of thirsty faces screaming in my bones. So I drive to Belle Isle, watch the river rising, listen to Mama Alice Coltrane, John Coltrane's wife. She attended Cass Technical High School in Detroit, my city, our city. Did you know that? Did you know her? Sometimes I cry for the dead. Write for hours weep and wail or meditate or pray for all those scared and grateful faces needing water, all those babies and children, all those mamas and daddies and grannies and grandpas, aunties and uncles, brothers and sisters, thousands of victims of mass water shutoff needing water. Can't wash your hands, face, body, or clothes during a coronavirus COVID-19 pandemic without water, clean water, safe water, affordable water. Living months, sometimes years, 6 or 7 years without water in this city. Oh my God, give us water. Oh my God, give us water. Oh my, please, God, give us water. This is what the people weep. God, help me get some water. God, help me get them water. Give me strength to give them water. Mother Alice is my water. Mama Alice, I am water. I'm those feathers on the water, riding waves of mighty river, floating and floating and floating till we're free. Thank you everyone once again for joining us at our 18th annual MLK Day event in Detroit. Well, again, thank you. Give yourselves a hand, everyone who's been staying with us and watching us for the past 3 or 4 hours. Again, thank you to the MLK committee. Thank you to all the speakers, all of the poets, all the musicians, all of our techs. Thank you from Detroit. We'll breathe, and we will see you next year. Take care and stay safe. Be well. Bye-bye.
I dedicate this to all the rappers out there that's better than the rappers that's on right now. I know it's hard, hold up.
Getting kinda hard to breathe without you. Don't take my oxygen, no way. Just can't be without you. Wanna call and be, I'm on my way. Really hard to breathe without you. And right now I can't feel my face. Don't wanna be without you. I do this stuff to numb my pain.
I know you wanna make it to the tip top, but it's difficult to get it in hip hop. So you side hustle, bag it in a Ziploc, cause you're too lyrical to go viral on TikTok. Under the radar, every time your shit drop, cause they listening to kids bop, and you like, oh no, dog. Y'all really think that shit's hot? How many spitters the top 10 got? Pin drop. Yeah, silence of the lamb is too many sheep. Why you reaching for your dreams? It's too many sleep, but you in it deep, so you gotta keep going through the pain and the failure. You gotta keep growing. Let me tell you what this shit is about. This rap biz is a math quiz, figure it out. Bigger the problem you solve, the bigger your house, bigger the checks and 6-figure amounts hit your accounts. If music is your real occupation, this ain't a rap, homie. This is a consultation, a business conversation about your operation. I see the spot you're chasing like Rock Nation. What if you never meet Jay? You never meet him. What if you never meet Dre? What if you never meet them? You better be ready and never overweight to take chances. Then your chances can never be slim. I want you to make it.
You. Don't take my oxygen, no way. Just can't be without you. Wanna call and be, I'm on my way. Really hard to breathe without you. And right now I can't feel my face. Don't wanna be without you. I do this stuff to numb my pain.
As my black fist grabbed this microphone, words in a storm surge, blowing smoke in a cyclone. Poseidon uprising on the Gulf Coast. Jump in the boats, grab the Bibles and rifles and pray for hope. Holla Mayday, the SOS band, Hail Mary, rebirth of a man overboard. Lord bless the stowaway.
Getting kinda hard to breathe without you.
Don't take my oxygen, no, just can't be without you. Wanna call and be, I'm on my way. Really hard to breathe without you. And right now I can't feel my face. Don't wanna be without you. I do this stuff to numb my pain.
When it rains, it pours. The water floods many inches. Thugs sweat blood out their pores in the trenches. Drenched in bad weather, trying to withstand the wind pressure and high humidity. Precipitation full of acidity.
Getting kinda hard to breathe without you. Don't take my oxygen, no, just can't be without you. Wanna call and be, I'm on my way. Really hard to breathe without you. And right now I can't feel my face. Don't wanna be without you. I do this stuff to numb my pain.